Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. Today is Wednesday, January 24th. Sorry there, I got distracted. My check video program messed up at some point, and I never fixed it. So now the last recording plays about a second after I start recording a new recording, so a video will just pop up on my second monitor and start playing audio now, which, yeah, it's been less of a distraction in the past because I had the VLC settings wrong, so it wasn't going to play audio, it would just play the video, but I've fixed that, so now I just started hearing myself talk there. I don't think it would have gone into the recording though. Apparently there was an error in the notification posted on November 9th. Scheduled date for the change now is January 28th for Great Britain pounds on Steam, Switch, and Xbox. Apparently they're going to adjust for, I assume, the pound getting less valuable. I doubt the pound is getting more valuable. We're done with the pass. We had 13 days left on that anyways, but frankly it would have been plenty of time. You literally get these passes, they pay for themselves in gems, and you just don't have to do anything extra as long as you're just playing Yu-Gi-Oh! At all. And you're almost certainly going to play Yu-Gi-Oh! If you're going to play the game and not just quit. Because there's just so many daily quests that will push you towards doing something, and so many login and Duel Live and events quests that, yeah, you really would get absolutely nowhere if you were playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Once a week. I barely am getting as far as I am getting by playing Yu-Gi-Oh! 3 times a week. The real success definitely will be for people who play it on a near daily basis, depending on how much you want to actually commit to that. It will open a pack of 10 legacy cards. Now for the accountability section, I need to generously treat myself and say I've been taking a break from working on the Smart on Air sign, and instead I played Rethink, which this puzzle game Rethink is very weird, and it leaves me in a very weird position in that I played the new version of the game that is the recommended. When you launch it, it says new version, then it says old version not recommended when you launch the game. And I really didn't like the new version. It is a simplistic laser puzzle that is using a lot of Unity asset flips. I wouldn't call it an asset flip game per se. There are 38 laser puzzles in the game. Arguably there really should be 39 or 40 because there's a couple of puzzles that could easily have just been split into 2. But in the new version of the game, that's all you do. There's very bland set decoration. You have just some Unity trees in a few places, and you have some Unity standing floor lamps in a few places, and otherwise that's pretty much it. The rest of the rooms, which are often in these just empty rooms that just like 4 walls, no windows, anything like that, very often that's the case of what happens. On the walls are just blank pure white panels or pure red panels sometimes. If you're in the red zone, you'll see pure red panels. So if you're in the blue zone, you'll see pure blue panels. It's not even varied. There's a sentence at the beginning of the game, and there is a sentence at the end of the game in the new version of the game. It's all very just lackluster. And it really screams that you should really have made a laser puzzle that would have been a lighter weight mobile game instead, if that's all you wanted to do. And even at that, since it was a 2017 Steam Greenlight game, which the timeline on this is going to be fairly confused. Let's do this. Because the 2017 copyright may very well be for the old version of the game, so the new version may be even newer. But even at 2017, there's just not that much going on. Yeah, it's just not that polished. So it pretty obviously leaning on at least Portal 1, like ripping off, parroting, taking the ideas of Portal 1 but making laser puzzles be the solo focus. The new version of the game was pretty disappointing. So I was about to end the series on Rethink, and then I said, well, let's check to see if there's any secret rooms, and then searching for secret rooms, I saw a walkthrough for the old version. And in that walkthrough through the old version, it gave me indications that the old version was significantly different. It is incredibly different. Like, I have never seen a game developer or a game company George Lucas their own game. But that is exactly the case with Rethink. It does create this weird situation where I still probably would recommend playing Rethink in its new version as like an easy mode, then playing the old version. But I certainly would not agree with the idea of not recommending the old version. There's a little bit of polish, certainly, and the controls are pretty terrible with only mouse and keyboard. I tried to use joy to key and the game crashed fairly quickly after that, so I assume something about joy to key even had problems with Rethink. But clearly, had it been more polished in its controls, the game would have been 10 times better. If it had controller support, it would have been 10 times better. Like, you just don't need mouse and keyboard support. But yeah, the original version of the game has at least six secrets that you have to find in certain puzzles. There is a code in the signs you see at the beginning of each puzzle to tell you how the puzzles are going to interact. And so you learn this code as you play, which makes a small argument that you might want to play the game a second time. But yeah, there's about 10 puzzles, and this is one problem with the old version. There's about 10 laser puzzles at the beginning that seem very similar. A lot of them feel very close to what the remade version is as far as the laser puzzles. But after those 10 puzzles, it gives you 10 platforming puzzles and just stops doing the laser puzzles altogether. And I certainly get where negative feedback could have come that would have led to the George Lucasing of the game, just completely tearing it up and changing it and making it completely different. The craziness, though, is the right way to address that would have been to make a game called Rethink Light, and just have it be LIGHT, and to be the light puzzles, and make it a spin-off or a sequel, not remake the game, because inherently there's now the closest thing to false advertisement without actually being false advertisement in the trailer that you see on Rethink. There are puzzles and gameplay mechanics in that video trailer for Rethink that you absolutely will not see in the new version of the game. Now, I suggested they should make a spin-off game called Rethink Lite LIGHT. That is only going to create more confusion because there is a game called Rethink Lite LITE, and I have no idea what that game is. There is also a game called Rethink Evolved, and I have no idea what that game is. So I'm going to have to stick... I've enjoyed the Rethink, the old version of Rethink, well enough. I'm going to have to continue to stick my toe down this very deep well of many different variations, all still available for purchase on Steam. And that is not even to mention that there's a Rethink 2 and there's a Rethink 2 Evolved. It seems very much like they're just trying to sell the same game multiple times over. But I think that inherently hurts your credibility. Although it does also seem like basically nobody knows about Rethink, and it is just another example of a game that would have been in the Steam Greenlight program, but nobody heard about it anyway, so the program itself, if anything, I think was a fairly large failure for that reason alone. Let's see. If I just type in here notable Steam Greenlight, games, let's see what a Google search even brings up. So yeah, if we look here, we have a category of Steam Greenlit games, and some of these are recognizable. 7 Days to Die, but then like the seventh guest being Steam Greenlit is really just porting a very old game. Postal 2 being Steam Greenlit maybe makes some sense. But the whole list here is fairly short. Black Mesa, I guess, was Steam Greenlit. Must have been really at the end of that. 2020. Yeah, they must have gotten rid of Steam Greenlit. Right at that point, in favor of Steam Direct. But yeah, compared to Steam Direct, you have here maybe 100 games, maybe 200 games. There's very few of these that I'm recognizing. Like, very few of these even have images in when I hover over them. Well, only some of them. Hand of Fate. Okay, that was one. Half-Life 2, Capture the Flag. Yeah, and I imagine a lot of Steam Greenlight literally was just built around this idea of, we've got people making mods for Half-Life and we want to approve these mods for Source Engine games like Half-Life 2. So we needed to figure out something. Rogue Legacy was a Steam Greenlit game. Yeah. In comparison, if Rethink, which isn't even on this list of notable Greenlit games, if Rethink came out in 2017 and Rogue Legacy came out in 2013, Rogue Legacy has way more game testing in its mechanics, controller support, and way better visuals. But Surgeon Simulator, I guess, was a Steam greenlit game. Undertale was a Steam greenlit game in 2015. So yeah, even amongst its peers, and notice here on Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm losing like crazy. Even amongst its peers, Papers, Please was a Steam greenlit game too. In 2014, Rethink is not a high quality game. But there is certainly a desperation there. Like, clearly the right move would be to, if you wanted to play a laser puzzle game, play the Talos Principle, play the Talos Principle 2 first and foremost. Play The Witness. The Witness isn't 100% a laser puzzle game, but it is fairly close. And you'll have 3 really good, very high quality 3D laser puzzle games with some platforming in it. Whereas Rethink definitely feels like it needs to be looked on from the perspective of being made by a single developer compared to the likes of the Talos Principle, which has an entire team behind it and a lot more funding. But yeah, you kind of need to be desperate for puzzle games. Now, fortunately, I am fairly desperate for puzzle games, and increasingly, I would say, over the past couple decades, the idea of having puzzle games as even a secondary game mechanic, laser light puzzle games, has gone out of the window. Resident Evil 4, for instance, has like one puzzle in it that is very forgettable, where you're doing a laser puzzle game, and it's got to be pretty simplistic because that's not the main focus, and it certainly doesn't get repeated over and over again. It's hardly like the lockpicking minigame in Skyrim, for instance, or the pipe minigame in Bioshock 1, where you're hacking vending machines. That being said, that brings to mind another issue, certainly with the original version of Rethink, is that since puzzles 11 through 20 are platforming games, you just have to struggle through the platforming. So if you're really good at the laser puzzles and you're really bad at the platforming, it's going to be frustrating, if not impossible to finish the there are weirdly, on top of platforming in one way, some extra, what I wouldn't call platforming games as much as far as pathfinding, walking games. You'll be introduced to these fairly nondescript panels that when you step on them they light up, and you have to light up all the panels without backtracking and stepping on anything that has been lit before, and without touching any surface that is bordered by a red line. So there are some places where you can walk on the regular ground and it's okay, and then there are some places where there's a red line, and if you cross the red line it resets. Originally, I would say, for the puzzles 11 and 20, they don't make that clear, so you're just learning that yourself if you learn it. The major problem later on with the walking path puzzles, though, is that there just is not good enough controls on there, and you will get to puzzles where you're supposed to walk on the lighted panels, but some of the lighted panels are a little bit higher, so you are having to jump. The problem is when you jump, there's basically no debouncing on your mouse and keyboard inputs, so you're holding sometimes shift to run and jump, then you're also pressing W, then you're pressing space at the exact space correct time to do a running jump. You'll land on the thing, and if you're not off the space bar fast enough, it will consider you holding down the space bar as a second jump. So then you'll jump upwards and then land back, and it will just break your pattern, and you'll have to start all over again. And yeah, many a time in one puzzle I failed just because the game thought I jumped up or thought I intended to jump up and was just not cutting me any slack at all. Let's see. What would the effect be if I was to activate this? I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing here, but putting more things face up on the field probably isn't a mistake. Let's see. 2100 or 2200. And then we'll link summon this and this. I'm spending way too much time focusing here. So yeah, you in the original version of Rethink, between puzzles 11 and 20, you're doing platforming. Then you get back to doing some laser puzzles, but then it kind of weirdly returns to the laser puzzles, expecting you to have forgotten everything. So at least a couple of the laser puzzles in like 21 are what am I trying to say here? Just gonna summon this. It didn't work because it automatically placed the spells and the cards in the wrong place. Oh, this is stupid. I gotta turn off that automatic placement at some point here. Let's see. There's a lot of stuff going on here, but I'm running out of time. None of these are high enough, though. Let's try this. So yeah, you get back to the laser puzzles for a little while, but then in the original version of Rethink, you're also introduced to having these cubes that you place against certain spots against the wall to make platforms, and then there's more jumping and making platforms that you're going to land on for that. And then you're introduced to these yellow and orange portals that finally looks like we can do something. That are barriers, these yellow and orange barriers. Then why could I not summon that earlier? I guess maybe I needed to destroy that part first. So you're hitting the middle mouse button to toggle the world from being in a yellow orange mode or blue mode. It's not yellow and orange, it's orange and blue. And you, in blue mode, you can walk through blue barriers, but you can't walk through orange barriers, and orange barriers vice versa. Then you get introduced to, in the original version of the game, and none of this is in the remade version, you get introduced to these balls that are rolling down platforms, and then you're trying to get the balls to land. You're trying to get the balls to land in certain platforms to activate switches. Near the end, you are integrating these 4 or 5 different game mechanics together, and so there is cubes that you can place in a few places, and then there's orange and blue barriers, and there are jump platforms and light up platforms that you have to walk on, and there are laser puzzles. But yeah, in the original version of the game, it definitely feels like the laser puzzles are really only about a third of the focus, and then there's just a lot more going on. Which, if you think about Portal, well, Portal is called Portal. Portal 2 in particular fairly quickly starts focusing on acceleration gel and bouncing gel and acceleration plates and jumping and platforming too. Portals really are just a tool to get from point A to point B. Had all of Portal 1 even, while Portal 1 has less gameplay mechanics and it is more about portals, even Portal 1 though very quickly introduces like other elements into the puzzle. It isn't just shoot a portal in one place and walk out of a portal another. In fact, I imagine there's only about 3 out of 20 puzzles in Portal 1 that are purely portal based. So yeah, the desire or need for a pure laser puzzle game doesn't make sense when you're already taking a step and putting a lot more effort into making a game by making it a 3D first-person perspective game, which particularly in both the remake and the original version, worse in the remake, but even in the original version, being first-person perspective just makes it more difficult to it really just makes it more difficult to make. I did that totally wrong. What am I trying to say? It makes it more difficult to see the puzzle, to find solutions to the puzzle when you're in first-person perspective. Like, really, there should be something closer to a game like Hexacells, where Hexacells is a single-screen Unity puzzle game that has 100 puzzles in it, and it's very simplistic, but in that simplicity they can just focus on creating, just summoning things crazy for no reason at all. You can just focus on making more puzzles for that reason. Let's see if we've got a field spell. There's a whole World Legacy deck going on here, and I'm just very poorly playing. Visually, the original version of Rethink looks way better. Like, I understand why the original version of Rethink would have been Steam greenlit. There's no way the remake version of Steam greenlit should have been greenlit. But it is also just crazier that more people haven't tried to make simplistic laser puzzles. I suppose an evolution has happened as far as low effort game development, in the sense that you can make a game that looks like a first person shooter and it will still look better than the original version or even the remake of Rethink would, and you can asset flip anime waifu memes or Hitler or somebody into a game, and even that will look better. Or you can take it to the next step and you can make a game like Rust or any other kind of survival game, and it will play and look better and have more of an audience in general than laser puzzle games. Puzzle people in general, I imagine, aren't going to Steam and looking at Steam Direct or going to video games at all. That is how you have games like The Witness and the Talos Principle be the game to talk about and the game to play for years on end. Like, the recommendation really would have been play the Talos Principle 1 in between all the years that the Talos Principle 1 and the Talos Principle 2 came out. Maybe The Witness was in between there, but yeah. When there's only one major puzzle game worth mentioning in a 2 to 3 year period, there's just not a lot of demand there, obviously, or there would be more competition. Let's see what happens when we flip this. I have no idea what would be helpful to be in my graveyard. But yeah, I guess I am effectively still interested enough that I am going to go down the Rethink path a little bit further. But I am definitely going to take it in increments. I'm also in this very weird position where I need to buy something this Steam summer sale when it comes. I need to buy some games, or I need to make a major commitment and just opt to buy a Steam Deck of some sort. And I'd like to lean towards getting an OLED version, but in practicality it probably wouldn't make more sense to just get the refurbished cheapest version of the Steam Deck possible. Looks like we might win here, despite me not really knowing what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh, not quite a victory. So yeah, that's the accountability section. I actually played a game. I actually made footage. I haven't scheduled any footage in a very long time, but I do know I have a decent amount of footage already scheduled. YouTube in general is slowly progressing as it always does. Get a subscriber here and there, get a decent amount of views here and there. At some point, if the watch time could go up 4 times as much, I could get in the YouTube partner program, and then I could probably do not great, but some small amount of ad revenue income. But yeah, I really have no idea and no solution for watch time at all. And the only thing that I think really would fix watch time is to actually have, instead of 1,000 subscribers, probably I need 4,000 subscribers, which, unless there's just a major snowballing effect, either for watch time or subscribers, that's just not going to happen. And by the time it did happen, I wouldn't be surprised if YouTube changed its policies and rules too. Like right now, YouTube is laying off people. It's only going to be a matter of time before they decide that they can't lay off any more people, and then they decide to lower the ad revenue or kick more people out of the YouTube partner program. It's probably not as big of a deal as it might sound, but I did hear that Barstool Sports is going to make Rumble as far as their default place where they're going to put videos, and so you have a recognizable content creator there going all in on competing technology. I'm getting small indications that more of my videos are showing up on BitChute, so these days, so maybe BitChute is slightly gaining in popularity too, as far as the number of users. Twitter is working towards being useful, being a video platform, or X is, I guess is. So if that really happens in 3 or 4 years, and then all of a sudden there is some kind of natural movement towards posting your video on Twitter, that could be something. Although I don't really see that happening as long as Elon Musk is involved. Like the only thing I think would save Twitter at this point is for Elon Musk to get bored and leave and be completely uninvolved. Let's see. But yeah, I imagine YouTube will still be the same YouTube for the most part. I desperately would love to make some actual money, and I think most people would say I desperately need to make some money on my YouTube channel, since I'm not making any money on anything else either. That was in part where the Smart On Air sign was also a thought, as far as an actual product that would be sold, but I need to actually finish the product if I'm going to do that. And then I have made some improvements on the instructions, but I haven't spent any time making the initial sales announcement and whatever website I'm going to put it on for sale. Inherently, I think there probably is a case where, even though mostly I work completely alone, I would like more positive feedback. Now, inherently, if you're asking for feedback, you're opening yourself up to negative feedback, and honestly, I'm not that open to negative feedback. And even positive feedback just assumes, like, wanting that assumes a lot of stuff that's just not likely to happen, in that even positive feedback would be helpful or actually positive. So all this is doing is just flipping things up and down, which if it was a flip monster that'd be helpful, but it isn't. And maybe positive feedback is the wrong thing that I'm really would like to have, more than I just like more enthusiasm and interaction. And I imagine that's true for anybody who creates anything, is that like somebody creates something and they're somewhat in the throes of that pride, and then it helps continue to motivate them, or you think it would at least. Although I've heard when you actually plan on doing something, to do it in secret and not tell anybody, because people will give you that enthusiasm, that positive feedback when you just announce that you start a project, and then you'll already be satisfied subconsciously, so you won't actually finish the product. Like the general idea is, if you want to lose weight, you don't tell people that you're trying to lose weight, because they'll say good for you, and then you'll give up. In my case, I don't think that's the case at all, because like I'm slowing down at the very least and taking a break when I've received absolutely no enthusiasm or positive feedback from anyone, which maybe just is a special case for me. But yeah, particularly when you're talking about selling a product, it would be nice if I had those kinds of levels of communication with anybody, where people said, oh yeah, that's a great idea, that'll sell like hotcakes, that this will work for sure. Even if it is just people being supportive and lying, and people talking out of their butt and not knowing. I imagine that's what a lot of people that go to Dragon's Den want and expect too, is for the Dragon's Den people to say their inventions are great, and almost never, it's almost never the case that that's what is said. And inherently the Dragon's Den people are trying to steal inventions and corporations away from unknowing inventors anyway, so they aren't going to say anything that's that positive, because they want to get a cheap price and ownership of the invention, the company that made the invention. But yeah, I imagine that's the thing that most people would love to have, is I would love just an AI, something that I could trick myself into being reasonable and not just lying to me and blowing smoke up my butt, but some kind of AI yes man would probably be nice just throughout life. Somebody that just constantly is shooting out positivity and encouragement. I imagine we will get to that point. Certainly the world has highlighted that humans are fairly hostile against other humans, almost always. A lot of times that comes down to politics and arguments like that, but I mean, it's just always been the case. It's just been a fact that the hostility has been hidden a lot more in the past, when we didn't have the internet, and it happened in ways that were considered socially acceptable. Like, if you got in a fight with your neighbors 200 years ago, you just stopped talking to the neighbors after that one fight. The neighbors don't then try to write to newspapers or gossip about them. Inherently, I think there was probably a lot more anti-gossip push too in the past to prevent that, but yeah. And 200 years ago, if you got in a fight with the neighbors, you would often just shoot them. So we have to admit that too. And in decades previously, so many people were just in constant wars and fighting each other anyways. So in the act of becoming perhaps slightly more civilized in the modern eras, that natural aggression that has been bred in for generations in humans is now exerting itself in more talk, I suppose, which is good, but still fairly hostile talk. Arguing in general. It's either arguing or it's major groupthink, which major groupthink in particular in mob mentality is another thing that has certainly been exacerbated because of the ease of communication that the internet gives. Often mob mentality against something that doesn't even really exist, against strawmans or fake situations. Another thing I did as far as the accountability section is I noticed on Hulu that I assume it's the latest season of Rick and Morty is now available on Hulu, which I probably could have watched the episodes much earlier had I used the Adult Swim app on like Roku, but I was trying to, since that's literally the only thing I would watch on the Adult Swim app, I was trying to just not lean on that and have it all in one watch history. So I started watching that just back to back last night instead of after finishing to play Rethink. And I watched several episodes of that, and I would say there is a noticeable lack of comedy. I think this would have been, if I'm correct, the season that starts with them getting rid of one of the creators, and yeah, it just didn't seem as funny. It didn't seem like it had the jokes for the first few episodes, and yeah, I don't know if that has anything to do with anything, or if it isn't just a general problem with Rick and Morty running out of ideas, running out of comedic ideas, or just not having the same impact it once did. There is a point kind of in the middle where the evil Morty shows up again, and it kind of, I think, abruptly wraps up some of the drama stuff that I think maybe was guiding them to make episodes that were just not as funny. But honestly, it just feels like in the writers' rooms there was less jokes and less non sequiturs and less silliness. There's an entire episode where they are just kind of doing a clip show, which I don't think Rick and Morty at this point can justify doing a clip show and lazily doing a clip show anyways. So after a certain point, I think it starts to get a little bit sillier, but there definitely were 4 or 5 episodes at the beginning there where I just was not laughing at all. And yeah, I'm not sure if that's just the way it's going to be going forward, is that they've gotten so deep into their own canon in their own storylines and in the serious parts of their storylines that they can no longer just be a silly show at all. And I just don't. There was another episode where it's just bringing back unity. It's bringing back the president, bringing back the therapist, and none of it seems original. It seems like they just are now become the throwback show where it's just throwing back to winks and nods. There's points in one episode where they're just mentioning previous seasons, and it's not just Rick breaking the fourth wall on it to be silly. It's other characters breaking the fourth wall. Which, yeah, that's a shame. Like, inherently, though, all of these comedic shows have to go that route. Either you become so incredibly unfunny that you are just unwatchable, which I would say Family Guy, for me, has become that a long time ago, that it really has just become absolutely a unwatchable series. And I would say The Simpsons has, at this point, become really unwatchable as a series. Or you can maybe get lucky and slow things down enough so that you can do something like Futurama, where I think Futurama can occasionally make a good episode even now. Let's see. I'm trying to find the one that would let me summon a monster. Oh, I think I want to summon this, don't I? Okay, I'm gonna start with this one. Oh, this is taking too long. But yeah, I think it has just hit that level, probably, where we are now at a point where Rick and Morty is going to be just not as interesting, just not as wild. And I would argue they probably made a huge mistake by not bringing back the one person that they got rid of once it looked like it was pretty much the case that all the accusations against him were at least not 100% accurate. Well, I guess that's what I've been doing. It's not much of anything, and just playing Rethink. Certainly, it is a case once I get back to playing a video game, it takes up a lot more time, and it feels a lot more productive. I do need to pat myself on the back at least a little bit and point out that when I am making content, I am actually working and being somewhat productive, at least by my standards. Whereas the programming is just not that same level of satisfaction, and it's a much higher level of frustration, generally speaking. Most of the time playing video games, you can avoid almost all frustration. Even being a video game critic and criticizing the games, I'm typically not super frustrated with the games. Plus, you're done with the games in a fairly set amount of time. One of the annoyances of Rethink that I think is also worth pointing out is that the new version of the game is the version of the game that will give you achievements, and the achievements spell out the word Rethink, but the vast majority of people who have gotten those achievements have gotten the letters out of order. So, in several places on Steam where it shows you the achievements you've unlocked, the chances that you would have Rethink spelled correctly are almost zero. Whereas the logical thing to do is, if you're going to have achievements spell out the name of your game, have all of those achievements unlock throughout the process of playing the storyline. That being said, there was at least one incident where the achievements glitched in the game for me, and I missed one storyline achievement, and so that achievement I either never got or I got out of order, which I found that somewhat frustrating. But I also that was back in the day when I was obsessed with Xbox 360 achievements and gamer score, so nowadays I don't even remember what game it was and don't really care. And Steam has never been really emphasizing achievements anyways, but it does have them. In yet another way to distract myself, I did spend about 5 minutes looking as far as how would you program Linux to be more power efficient. So if you were going to try and make some kind of music player app that would turn off the screen and reduce the number of cores on a Steam Deck, it seems like you could do that. I'm not sure if you could make a Steam Direct app or make any app that got on Steam that would have that kind of lower level system call being allowed. Honestly, I suspect there's almost no sandboxing that happens and no real malicious software checking that happens for apps on Steam. So yeah, there probably is no way to like safe system call. So you could probably make a pretty easy Python application of some sort, or even just porting an open source thing if the licenses for an open source thing let you make a commercial version of your favorite player. There is an interesting question that probably would be very difficult to find out as far as the forward voltage on a LCD or OLED that would be on Steam Deck, as far as if you made a tiny little box that would tell you information about music being played on the screen in the top left that was just a few pixels wide, and then the rest of the screen is actually off and black. Would that save you in the long run a lot of battery, or would it not save you any battery at all? And in that, LEDs at least of different colors actually use a higher voltage. Like red LEDs have been around forever, so they can use a little bit less voltage than a blue or a green LED. And so for that reason, a red interface might theoretically, in a very long time period, save your battery life also. But yeah, it definitely seems like on the face of it you can in Linux tell it to shut down all but one core. It definitely seems like you can tell it to turn off the screen, but you may literally have to reboot it to do that, or in some other way work with it. If all of a sudden you're having to use a lot of intermediary software for the specific hardware on Steam Deck, that could break in the future, but it still wouldn't be that difficult to get to lower level system calls. The Steam Deck weirdly has a Bluetooth reception capability, which I find a little weird. So you can set your cell phone to play podcasts or MP3s and broadcast to your Steam Deck like a Bluetooth speaker, which then has two devices using two batteries, which maybe you don't want to do that. Plus, maybe you don't want to fill up the storage on your phone with music, or use a different data plan in that case. There is a very limited integrated music player in the Steam client. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna win here, and this will be the last game. I'm really not making any progress towards this event. I think this may be the first event where I straight up just don't get all of the icons, which maybe means you'll never get them, or maybe means they'll just be available for purchase later. It doesn't really matter to me, not by much. I really could care less about getting yet another icon. But yeah, anyways, out of curiosity, I did a little bit of research there. But I probably won't do anything with it. I didn't do anything with the thought experiment of making a very large dictionary compression algorithm that used a new concept and then shared the compression solutions online like a torrent file. But in fairness, I knew that even if there was some mathematically sound compression concept going on there, I would never be able to get that program to be used by enough people for it to make sense. It would have to be integrated into something like 7-zip or WinRare or something like that. Some very commonplace, used quite a bit compression program. And the general concept would almost certainly need some mathematician to write a paper about it. Something big enough that mathematicians would think something new had been discovered or invented. Of course, when I say it out loud, I'm having a lot of pauses here too. I need to really just focus on the video game news. When I say it out loud, to say that here I've had the smart on-air sign that I'm taking a break. Generously, I'm saying I'm taking a break from it, and I need to get back to it probably either this afternoon or tomorrow. And then I had 2 other ideas that I'm distracting myself with, but what I'm not doing with it, it's just increasingly describing a pattern of distracting yourself with things and then never finishing anything. Which, you know, there is that saying that true art is never finished, only abandoned, which maybe applies in this scenario. In my past, I would say I don't feel like I had a habit of abandoning too many projects, but I definitely had a habit in school of not starting projects. Although, in fairness, there is a huge difference between a teacher telling you you need to do a project, you need to write an essay, and you wanting to do any of that. So, if anything, it was very much in line and logical to me to say, oh, this teacher wants me to do something, I don't want to do it, I'm not going to start that and waste my time on that. So I just don't think that's the full thing. Yes, there was a project I worked on a couple years ago that I gave up on just because I could never find enough of an audience. It was supposed to be a e-ink calendar that you would put in conference rooms. There was a little thing called the pandemic that definitely helped color why that wouldn't have been as likely worth my time. But even pre the pandemic, there was a problem with it in that it was just going to have to be really, really cheap as far as a product to justify its sales, because there were already competing products that existed that were well, fairly expensive, not that expensive. So there's competing products that do just about the same for about $90 a device. So I would have had to make a device that would have been cheaper than that, and I wanted it to have a Bluetooth functionality so that when you walked in the conference room it would silence your phones automatically. And trying to program Bluetooth several years ago was pretty much impossible, and I'm not sure that for what I was trying to do even now the Bluetooth functionality would work. So that was like one of my early ESP32 projects that I abandoned. But I feel like a real logical reason why. Too. But I don't really feel bad about that. I had a CircuitPython device that I got for free from Adafruit, and I played with that and did program something into it, but honestly the Circuit Playground hardware is just so weak. Pretty much anything below an ESP32 is going to be very weak, and it would have to be very specialized. You're not going to be able to basically be with anything other than an ESP32 variant. You're not going to be able to connect via Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, which means you're not going to be able to connect to the internet, which means whatever device you're making is going to be incredibly simplistic. It might be helpful in very specialized ways, but it's probably not going to be an end product of any sort. Um, because if you were using just like a very cheap Arduino chip to say make a timer on an outlet that just came on and off, devices like that have been perfected for decades and would be way cheaper with cheaper circuitry than even what an Arduino offers. Maybe programming a motor would make sense with an Arduino, or interfacing with a remote control on some remote control car might make sense. But yeah, when you look at all the projects for Arduinos, pure Arduino chips, at mega chips, things like that, those simplistic teaching examples are as far as it can go. Whereas if you want an actual product or anything that would actually do anything interesting, even something as simplistic as an alarm clock, you're probably better off with an ESP32. Although in that case, maybe an ESP32 is still not the best option because it doesn't have a real-time clock battery function. I question, maybe in my general whininess here, as I'm just kind of evaluating, if a lot of this isn't also just the time of the year. 2 to 3 weeks into January is generally when most people have given up on whatever they promised to do as a New Year's resolution, and so people in general are not happy. But I don't engage with any of that. I know it's silly and ridiculous to make New Year's resolutions, and you're highly unlikely to succeed. If this works, I will be shocked. It is really just a lot of button pushing I'm doing right now. So if something's face down, then you can't summon it. You can't use it as a... I guess I would have to hit that guy. I do have this nibbling urge, maybe that's the phrase I was trying to use there. I want to do something different. I definitely do. Particularly with my YouTube channel, but I have no clue what. Yep. I'd like to somehow figure out some form of new content to make, some way to get more views, some way to improve things. But yeah, I really have no idea other than just finding the energy to triple down and get back to posting 3 or 4 pre-recorded series, which the pre-recorded series, which is what I want to make, still are in a major problem situation where they are getting the least amount of views, they are not adding to the watch time anywhere as much as they should. It's not video game related, but what I've been rambling about here is also mostly not video game related. It's just me trying to wake up and catch up, talk things out, think things out. But apparently, the WWE has severely expanded their, I think it was a pre-existing agreement with Netflix, to the point now where WWE Raw is going to be on Netflix, which is almost certainly a huge get for Netflix, but it's not as huge of a get, I think, as some people might think. I think there's definitely people who, well, and particularly this is my experience, there are people who have the Attitude Era in their mind, the Stone Cold Steve Austin era of Raw, and in their mind, and that's what they think of overall, when in reality Raw has almost certainly been losing clout, if not viewership, enough so that it stopped being on the USA Network and started being on Fox. And during the pandemic, they couldn't have those big arena views, and I think that just broke a lot of people of the habits of being super duper wrestling fans. The characters on Raw these days are just not anywhere as interesting, in my opinion. So yeah, I really think if you could see the numbers on Raw, you probably, and WWE content in general, you probably would see that it is down to at least half of its peak of what it would have been in the past. I seriously doubt the fandom is still there. Oh, this is just so stupid. I'm just going around in circles, special summoning things. I guess if I had a lifetime goal to special summon a bunch of things, maybe that would matter. This is still not gonna do anything. Yeah, you can basically only get to that point, and so unless you're just willing to do that. So these two are going to be equal the attack of each other. Which, in the order of operations, that worked way better than I thought it would have. But I'm out of time here too, so this really highlights Yu-Gi-Oh's problems, I think, in that you, even in this rare scenario where you would have a desperate struggle to try and win, you're still gonna lose just because it took so freaking long to play all the cards, or you're gonna lose because you have 13 cards left while the opponent has 21. Yeah. Should I even bother to try and react? If I don't do something here, I'll lose because I'll run out of time. Oh, and yeah, me rambling and me getting stuck in this game, which is off very long. Has not helped me cover the video game news at all. I really should have been talking about video game news 30-40 minutes ago. Instead, I'm just having a little pity party, or for lack of a better term. Let's start talking about the video game news. At least we'll get a little bit of momentum there. People Can Fly has reportedly cut 30 developers as the scope of the Square Enix shrinks. A further 20 staff working on Project Gemini have been reallocated to other projects, has been claimed. I didn't realize People Can Fly was working with Square Enix, otherwise I would have recognized that they were in a much worse situation than I thought. Regardless, I knew that People Can Fly was in a pretty bad situation, and I heard, I think it was DF Retro talking about the VR version of what is even the name of this game? I've forgotten it. I was talking about Bulletstorm VR being very poorly received and being very poor quality. Still feels like there's just no way that you're gonna win here. We'll see what we can do. I'm just picking random things. I should just surrender, frankly. That's all that's gonna happen here, is I'm just gonna run out of time. But yeah, I did not. People Can Fly working with Square Enix really does spell the end for Square Enix. Like, I mean, it spells the end for People Can Fly. Which, in all fairness, I mean, what can you do with a company like People Can Fly? They had one successful game a long time ago in Bulletstorm, and Painkiller really being the really successful game from way further in its past. But they've been around forever. Both of their games are highly ambitious games in that they are trying to be AAA products when they just obviously don't have the right combination of skills and abilities to consistently make AAA games. So, yeah. I think People Can Fly is probably an example of a company that really should have just taken their toys and gone home after Painkiller. Sure, I could see them working for 4 or 5 years after their last Painkiller game was made and funded. They've been a company that's never had enough money to be a self-publisher, and they are a company that's old enough that they really didn't have that opportunity to perhaps make Painkiller, be successful with Painkiller, and then just make a single X game and self-publish. So after 4 or 5 years, they probably should have just given up at that point. If in that time period they had made Bulletstorm, the original Bulletstorm, sure, then they put out Bulletstorm, but Bulletstorm only sold somewhat well, and it only sold somewhat well for that early launch window of a game. It definitely wasn't a long-term seller, particularly compared to something like Borderlands, which Bulletstorm and Borderlands really are just like direct comparisons there. After Bulletstorm mostly failed, that would have been the time for them to shut down the company and really just turn it into a holding company that would have gotten the occasional profit. And they probably have to some extent done that. But the fact that there were even 30 developers still at the company sounds like there was 30 too many developers at the company at that point. And because really, Bulletstorm Remastered was seemingly done at least in part by Gearbox, if not completely. The Bulletstorm VR game is done by a different company, so you are definitely creating a situation there where it is other companies taking your licenses and making ports. There's literally nothing I can do here. I think I'm out, effectively, of extra cards. Anyways. If I win here, it's not going to be worth it at this point to win. So I really should just experiment with surrendering at this point. If there ever was a case where I shouldn't be penalized for surrendering, I think now would be the time. So let's just see what happens. Surrender. I wasn't going to win there. I was going to run out of time. No, you still get absolutely nothing when you surrender, regardless of the fact that that game took an incredibly long amount of time, regardless of the fact that you played a lot of cards. You just get nothing for surrendering. So it probably was technically worth it just to stick with it. Meanwhile, this ends in 4 days, and I am struggling to get a single victory, and I need basically to get 2 victories to get to this point, and then massive amount of more victories to get to this point. And so unless things just changed somehow, where people are quick disconnecting or something, I just don't see it happening. I have, ever since getting this daily quest, not won a single time in the festival, which highlights a major problem. Major problem. I've dueled 21 times in the festival. I haven't won once, according to those metrics. Maybe it's a little off there, but yeah, I find that very frustrating. Oh yeah, and I guess in the accountability section, I'm just not talking about the fact that I'm still playing mobile games quite a bit. At a certain level, I should have already quit playing Star Trek Lower Decks. They came out with some new content. I fairly quickly finished that new content, and I'm back into the stall tactics of the game, where it's just giving me random events and there's really no reason to play. But yeah, I just have yet to decide to pull the trigger on uninstalling the game, but I really should at this point. Even in the stall tactics, it feels like you should get more premium currency during that period, but it is just not happening. So when there's no new content, you're not even really benefiting. You're not getting any resources. I'm still playing Tinkafuma. They've put out some new content, so that is still going on. I'm still playing Memento Mori. They're putting out still new content, and then Seven Mortal Sins Ecstasy is a game I really should give up on because it's just too overwhelming, but they're putting out new content like crazy. But yeah, I really need to break myself of the habit of playing these mobile games, because the problem with the mobile games is that they're not just like bathroom time wasters either. It's not like, oh, I am playing this game because there's absolutely nothing else to do. I am directly, when I'm playing a mobile phone game, wasting time that could have been spent making footage to put on YouTube, which at some point might actually lead to ad revenue, whereas playing a game on my cell phone is never going to lead to ad revenue. This isn't what I wanted to talk about from Gearbox Official, but apparently Homeworld 3 is coming out on March 8th, which I imagine they've announced that. What I did want to point out here is that they are still advertising this Nindroid, which I guess Nindroids are Funko Pops if Funko Pops had slightly more round heads but still giant heads. I I think you would generally call this a chibi art style, but since it is a plastic figurine of sorts, maybe Nindroid, uh, or Nindoroid, I guess is how you'd really pronounce it, is a brand name to that, or something. But from this, we can see Tiny Tina being depicted in the way you first see her in the game, more as a younger character. I think they aged her up to be more of a edgelord teenager in later games, and I think that was probably a mistake. I think half of the joke was that she was a psycho on a planet of psychos that was also just way too young to be in that story, and way too violent for her age, and way too crazy. But it does also highlight not only a continued interest in Tiny Tina in some form, in fact, it continues to highlight Gearbox's continued interest in Borderlands in general, whereas I suspect we might see them try to push very heavily for Homeworld 3 when it comes out to be what Gearbox is known for. They still have the Borderlands movie, and I think Gearbox is going to want to promote that and be involved with that. But it does definitely feel like, to me, they would like to get away from 2K. I also feel like 2K might at some point want to get away from Gearbox and have the Borderlands series made by another company, because there's just been a big shift there, certainly. Now, what might undo that shift, certainly, is if all of a sudden Embracer Group sold off Gearbox to 2K, then Gearbox and 2K would be forever married, and Gearbox would almost always have their logo, at least, on Borderlands games. Or if Embracer Group simply split off Gearbox and Gearbox went back to being an individual independent company, then I think 2K might be a little bit happier with that arrangement too. But there is just no room for a publisher like 2K, or 2K to act as a publisher, and then the Embracer Group to act as a publisher too. Somebody's gonna have to fail there, at least in the Western world. Maybe in the Japanese world, two publishers of video games would form a publishing committee together, and they would both go in halvesies as far as funding the development of a video game. But it just doesn't happen in the West. There's exclusively one publisher that exclusively gets the credit for funding the entire development of a game, and gets all the profits from the sales of a game until they are paid back for funding. At least until they are paid back for funding the development of a game, and then usually some more money on top of that. Let's see. Moving on, GameDeveloper.com says the Mario composer Koji Kondo has joined the AIAS Hall of Fame at the 2024 DICE Awards. Kondo is being recognized by the AIAS for almost 40 years his almost 40 years at Nintendo and musical work on the Mario and Zelda games. There is certainly something to be said to that. First of all, I wish they would have at least once told me what the AIAS stands for. I imagine one of those A's stands for audio. But there is a real need, I think, for more orchestral composers and composers in general in video games. Nintendo games, Mario games, Zelda games stand out for having a lot of orchestral music, where a lot of, in comparison and contrast, GTA games are just having radios that play radio music, or you have a lot of Far Cry and Call of Duty games that I think have just radio music, rap music playing in the background, and that helps. Certainly, it has helped Nintendo games like Zelda have that more calming feeling, that more orchestral adventure feeling to it. And notably, even though I wouldn't have been able to even name Kondo, I imagine there's nobody that works generally on either PC games or Microsoft games or Sony games that does a lot of orchestral music. With perhaps the exception of Final Fantasy games. I imagine Final Fantasy games do have several orchestra composers working on those. And probably some other Japanese RPG developers have good composers. It is also kind of crazy for one person to work at one job for 40 years, but I guess that is one of the benefits of there being way more unions in Japan. Although, in fairness, this is kind of a great example of where having some kind of union protection would be very helpful for Koji Kondo, because he probably has nowhere he could go. You can't be the senior composer. You could be a senior composer and have maybe one or two people below you, but that's about as far as you go before you get promoted into being a manager, which is not a position that would make any sense for a composer at all. Inherently, you either become a fairly successful composer with that skill set, or you become some kind of musical professor that is teaching composition to other students. There's just no upward mobility in that case, and that's a major reason why unions exist in the first place, is that if you're working a job like a composer, or if you're working a job like a line worker at a car assembly plant, your skill set and your education is likely not going to have any upward mobility. So you should then, the unions argue, get paid for having seniority, for being there longer. You shouldn't be paid minimum wage 40 years later just because you're doing the same job for 40 years. If you're good enough to maintain a job for 40 years, then you should be paid as you get older. Is that argument fair in every way? No. It is making an argument from seniority, from ageism, that older people deserve to be paid more than younger people just by virtue of having been in a job longer. It still definitely feeds into the mentality that younger people should be underpaid, which, yeah, that's not really fair either. But we've never been able to find any kind of fair system there. And I don't know if there ever could be a fair system here. That has very little to do with this announcement. This is another example also of an announcement that really doesn't mean too much. In general, these DICE awards, the BAFTA awards, they just don't have enough prestige around them to really mean anything to your average gamer and your average developer. They do go back and point out that Kondo started on games with the 1984's Punch-Out, which, yeah, the music you would have been developing and could have developed for the hardware for the NES and for Punch-Out. I assume they mean Punch-Out, the NES game, and not the arcade game. Maybe he worked on both. That kind of music very much would have been the 8-bit style of music, which is fairly different from what music should be today. It is also worth mentioning that Nintendo either successfully or tried to copyright the musical score of exactly one note when you hit a coin or hit a block in Super Mario Brothers. So they literally were trying to copyright one note, and I would definitely hope that that failed. There is a real problem as far as trying to copyright entire compositions of music in the first place. And we've probably at this point just gone past the point where any music is copyrightable by the notes themselves. The language of music is just not complex enough to, by modern standards, deserve copyright. The wording and the singing of songs maybe is still copyrightable in the same way that poetry may still be copyrightable, but when all you have is A through G and you can do a sharp or a flat, that's just a real lack of variety. Maybe you could make bigger arguments if you had compositions that were the combined efforts of several different instruments doing A through G notes and such, but yeah. If anything, I would say the art of music can only thrive in modern days by the ever diminishing copyrightability of music and the ability to just lean on and be influenced and steal other people's songs, compositions. Moving on. No, I need to hurry up here. We've already gone way too long. Riot Games apparently says they have overreached with big bets and now 530 people are losing their job. This is from GameDeveloper.com. Some of the significant investments we made aren't paying off the way we expected to. Riot Games, League of Legends developer, which, yeah, that's not super surprising because League of Legends definitely were making too much too fast, particularly for really a company that has only had success in League of Legends and should have mostly just continued to try and be lean and maintain the fandom of League of Legends. The GTA Trilogy's Netflix release has become the streamer's most successful game launch. It ends up being a winner, proving that the open world franchise still has longevity, I guess is the headlines argument. In fairness, though, I really can't name a single other game that Netflix has offered that people really would care about. And this is just really still a case where almost all mobile games are garbage anyways. So I heavily suspect Netflix will never be able to repeat this, or they'll really struggle to repeat it until Netflix eventually decides to just start funding the development of mobile games themselves, or gives up on mobile games in favor of something else. There really is nothing that would stop Netflix from having a PC game service. Like, if all of a sudden Netflix bought the Epic Game Store and just said, you know what, we're just going to run this as a subscription service as an additional thing. Or if they bought Uplay, and it couldn't just be Uplay, it would have to be like EA Play and Uplay. It'd have to be several different streaming stores where it made sense. Netflix could buy Good Old Games or the Humble Bundle store and try to do something like that too, but yeah, it would be a lot of renegotiating of contracts regardless. the only way they could really get out of the box is if Netflix somehow made a joint venture with Microsoft, and Game Pass on PC was also free if you had a Netflix account. But nothing really stops them from doing that. And then if they did go in that avenue, all of a sudden the game offerings and the agreements there would be way more valuable. Amazon Prime and Amazon has Prime Video as a streaming service and is already giving away free games as part of Amazon Prime Gaming. So we know to at least a small level that is successful as a business plan, and almost certainly a better, more successful, in my opinion, than what I think Netflix mobile gaming would be in the long run. And it probably isn't that forward thinking to assume that the vast majority of your Netflix viewers are going to continue to be on cell phones watching streaming video. Let's see, YouTube creators. Let's see, apparently you can now you can give channel members early access to your videos as a special reward for members without the need to create extra content. So there's this new function, but this again is only for people who are in the YouTube Partner Program, which they are still trying to hashtag and make a bigger deal. Which, if I was to click on this, I would suspect you're going to have a lot of people begging to be in the Partner Program and a lot of people complaining about the Partner Program as far as the hashtag goes. But yeah, it definitely seems like, without doing anything to actually make it easier for new creators to be in the Partner Program, they are trying to create a increased desire to be in the Partner Program, and they're trying to give more functionality, functions that would have existed on other platforms to people that are monetized. Let's see. Video Games Chronicle says Nintendo is going to be streaming Zelda and Splatoon concerts on YouTube next month, which I've seen some Square Enix concerts announced before and some Nier Automata concerts, but all of those really were focused on selling tickets and having you go in person. This is an odd thing to do it online, but apparently the reason they're doing it online is because there was going to be a Nintendo Live 2024 Tokyo event, and I believe that was the one that was canceled due to them claiming safety concerns. Apparently somebody had gotten some death threats that they determined to take more seriously than I think they probably should have. So basically they'd already paid for it. Now noticeably, this is an announcement from Nintendo, which is not the announcement of sending out legal actions against Palworld, which I think probably is one bit of silence you can take as meaning something as far as Nintendo's thought process as far as whether they would try to take down Palworld or not. There is still a possibility, regardless of how popular Palworld has been, that it will just be a flash in the pan. Overall, the game may not be that fun after the first couple hours in its early access state, and people may just jump to another game. Whereas if Nintendo starts to threaten to sue them, then people might buy the game way more and play it way more just to spite Nintendo. Maybe Nintendo has finally figured out that their previous draconian lawsuits and copyright lawsuits have put them in a bad position where nobody really wants to support them and nobody really likes Nintendo anymore once you're aware of all of the things Nintendo has done. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says that Princess Peach's voice actor of 17 years has confirmed that she hasn't been replaced in the spin-off game Showtime. Princess Peach Showtime, I think is the full title. That being said, I think it's worth pointing out I have no idea who this voice actor is. If she has been playing Princess Peach for 17 years, she has been hiding in the background for 17 years also. In fairness, Princess Peach basically says nothing in any of the Mario games anyways. She often just makes one little sound that sounds something like a single word saying no or Mario or something like that. There is, I would assume maybe she read out the note at the beginning of Mario 64, but they've never had Princess Peach actually talk. It is very much a feudal Japanese style where a chauvinistic, sexist style of depicting her, that the princess should not be anything other than a damsel in distress. She should not have any speech or any talk. They have gotten better in the past few decades of making her seem like an actual capable person with an actual personality, but yeah, she very often is just kidnapped or just says something. And I feel like the reason why they felt the need to replace the other the Mario voice actor is because the Mario voice actor was getting celebrity from being the Mario voice actor, where she definitely isn't getting celebrity. There might be some sexism here too, in which they're just protecting her, but yeah, maybe Nintendo could have avoided some of those complaints of sexism that almost certainly might be made here, and that you're having what is positive sexism, in which they're treating the female voice actor better than the Princess Peach voice actor better than the Mario voice actor. Samantha Kelly first voiced Peach in the 2007 Wii games Mario Strikers Charged, so nope, she wouldn't have done the Mario 64 voice. But yeah, Charles Martinet as Mario stepped down or was forced down. Is a name I recognized, certainly. Where this Samantha Kelly, I've never even heard her name before or seen her before. I imagine she was not in the Mario movie, however, and there definitely wasn't that much pushback. I would also say Charles Martinet, I think, is probably a lot older, so there may be some real legitimate, just you've been using your voice for this whole time, you're wearing it thin, you're just older, it's time to retire you anyways. Yeah, this is a lady who looks like she might be in her early 40s, whereas Charles Martinet looks like he's pushing 75, if not 80s. But I guess on the face of it, you just kind of have to take it as it is and make your own assumptions. It'll be interesting to perhaps have this bit of information later on when we see Princess Peach Showtime as a game, because there is definitely a lot of concern as far as just what is a Princess Peach standalone game going to be. Is it going to be fun? Is it going to be something that makes sense potentially to have future Princess Peach games in any format, whether it's like Showtime or not? Or is it going to just come off with some kind of weird Japanese sexism, ageism elements? Or is it just going to come off as a bad game in general? Like, certainly there would have been a time in the past where if they were going to make a Princess Peach game, it would have been a makeup and costume game. And even in this case, Showtime is highlighting her swapping costumes and makeup. So yeah, we'll have to see what the game is first and foremost before keeping Kelly as the voice actor makes any sense. Yeah, and again, I suspect she wasn't doing the voice acting. No, I'm pretty sure I remember that they had a celebrity doing Peach's voice also in the movie. And if anything, I guess I can say Samantha Kelly probably was wise by staying silent on any potential controversy around her not voicing the character in the movie anyways. Whereas maybe Charles Martinet mentioned it once or twice too often, or didn't do anything wrong potentially, and just his fandom had gotten too big. It's pretty obvious at Nintendo, if you think about it, that they don't want anybody to get any credit at all in Nintendo. That they are willing to mention Shigeru Miyamoto as one of the early persons, and they're willing to mention like the Smash Brothers guy, Sakurai I believe is his name, but that is pretty much it. There is nobody else who has a big name that's recognizable at Nintendo for a company that's been around for as long as it is. Even the CEO of Nintendo, I couldn't tell you his name of the new CEO at this point. They want Nintendo to be the brand. They want that Nintendo logo. They've always wanted that. That's why they were putting Nintendo seals of approval instead of just a seal of approval on other third-party games for the NES. That's why a lot of games that were just being put on the Nintendo still would have a Nintendo logo on it. But yeah, they want the company to get all the glory. They don't want individual credits or things like that. They begrudgingly, I imagine, have let credits be in video games, but for the longest of times, those first and second generation video game companies were fighting against giving any credit at all. Atari had that exact same attitude, certainly, where Atari literally would not allow credits in their games. Yeah, and that is definitely in part a Japanese thing, where Japanese people, at least of previous generations, did not want to stand out and did not really want individualized praise. And I think that is something that's probably changing very quickly in Japan. Speaking of Nintendo being scumbags, Nintendo is also scrapping the 3DS and Wii U online support. Street Pass, however, will live on forever, which I imagine Street Pass itself is just either no cloud functionality in between Street Pass and it is just device to device, or it is a really cheap cloud functionality. Although by relative standards, just keeping the 3DS and Wii U online up probably isn't that expensive in the first place. They're shutting it down just because they don't want to deal with it anymore, and because some accountant somewhere said this will save us a few pennies here and there. So if they're getting rid of Wii U online, that probably means any online functionality that the Wii had, which wasn't much, has already been shut down. If they're getting rid of 3DS online support, that literally just leaves the Nintendo Switch online functionality up. And yeah, some of the reason I imagine they might be getting rid of the online is because there might have been some vulnerabilities or patches or just update to software that they didn't want to continue to do. This is in part, I'm sure, a case that there was some kind of expiring certificate or encryption key that would have had to have been updated every few years for it to continue to connect to the servers and for it to work. There is a point here where the 3DS and the Wii U may very well not support some encryption standards that may just be default required. If you're requiring elliptical curve cryptography, the hardware in a Wii U and 3DS may not handle that. If you're requiring WPA3 style wireless connectivity encryption, their hardware almost certainly doesn't support that. So security standards improve a little bit faster, and nobody by default is going to require moving to elliptical curve, but maybe AWS is requiring that, or they just see that it may be required in the future. But that's probably not the case. It's probably not anything like that. It's probably just Nintendo shutting down things they don't care about anymore. Larry Herb put out this. I'm still following him, even though he really is not saying anything about video games anymore. Happy 40th birthday to the Mac. It marked the first time I had used a mouse in a graphical user interface and getting used to swapping floppy disks. Which the Mac definitely was fairly groundbreaking for its time and introduced computers to a lot of people, and honestly had some games on it, so it is really relevant to the history of PC gaming. That being said, the Macintoshes eventually just abandoned video games, and everybody moved from Mac computers to Windows computers, IBM PC compatible computers, and after that all gaming was pretty much on that. Windows 95 in particular ate the lunch of Apple. Once you got to Windows 95, that just felt like a completely new generation of visuals and user interface and operating system compared to Windows 3.1, which would have been the real competition to Macintosh, and Macintosh overall had some success. But even very early on, people were not having a great time where you would have Macintosh formatted floppy disks that wouldn't work in IBM compatible PCs, and you would have Macintosh versions of games that are not compatible in IBM compatible PCs. Here you can see an early mouse and an early keyboard, which mouses have changed a lot more than keyboards have. And here you have a cathode ray tube monitor taking up a large percentage of what this computer was. This computer looks small enough that it feels like you could just pick it up and carry it with you, but actually it was, I imagine, fairly heavy, so you wouldn't really do that. Let's see, moving on. GameDeveloper.com says the mobile developer Talofa Games has raised $6.3 million to make more fitness games, which it'll be interesting to see if the next Nintendo console, whether it's a Switch 2 or not, has any more of those gimmick fitness games. There really haven't been a ton for the Switch other than Ring Fit Adventures and Switch Boxing. There's a game that's a boxing game for the Switch. I don't think it's actually called Switch Boxing though. But it didn't go super deep into that, and even the Switch sports game did not get anywhere as well received as the Wii Sports game that was packed in with the Wii. It would kind of make sense, particularly if the next Nintendo console, the Switch 2, whatever it's called, is a backward compatible console, it would make some sense to just pack in a free copy of Switch Sports into it and try and bring back whatever last bit of fandom from Wii Bowling that Nintendo hasn't caught the attention of. But yeah, I could see them, particularly if it's going to be a $400 or $500 console, packing in either Switch Sports or Mario Odyssey or Mario Kart or Smash Brothers. Having several bundles would make some sense to include at least one game as a pack in time. But honestly, I haven't even seen a lot of bundled packages for the PlayStation 5 or the Xbox Series S or X either. Even if you get the Series S, it doesn't really promise that you get a free downloadable game in that case, or I don't even know if it gives you more than maybe a month of Game Pass when you get this Series S. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says that Sony is reportedly bringing Until Dawn to the PS5 and PC. New version of the game will likely be announced in the next 2 weeks, it's being claimed. This would be the first time it would have been available on the PC, and it would make sense to bring it to the PC right when the movie is happening, but it is also inherently undercutting yourself if you get the timing wrong there, because yeah, at a certain point you probably want the video game to come out several weeks before the movie came out on the PS5 and PC, so people would buy the game and more money would go directly to Sony and Sony Interactive Entertainment. And then after that initial launch window of a re-release of Until Dawn has happened, then you would want to bring out the movie, which would get a different audience, but you're much higher to have an audience that sees a movie called Until Dawn wanting to play the interactive version of Until Dawn than you are to have fans of the interactive version of Until Dawn wanting to watch the movie after the fact, particularly if there's not a big enough buffer there. Their hope is that it works both ways and both will increase sales, but I think it really wouldn't. If I think about like the Saw movies, had there been a interactive Saw video game before the first Saw movie, I wouldn't likely have been super enthusiastic to watch the Saw movie a week after I played the video game. Maybe 6 months after that I played the video game. Maybe this is an announcement in part to, if this actually comes out and turns out to be true, maybe this is an admission that the movie is going to be delayed quite a bit. And movies in general are just in a very weird position where they're not making money, they're getting more and more expensive, and it's just not really working as a genre anymore. It just doesn't make sense for movie theaters. Movie theaters are going to be the next malls, and inherently malls still exist, but it's been decades since the idea of having a mall made a lot of sense. That financially speaking, and having giant movie theaters, which often are inside malls, is just using a lot of space and a lot of storage space for very little reasons. Like 2 or 3 times I've seen movie theaters, I've seen a movie theater turned into a church, and I've seen a planetarium turned into a church, which that would be about the only scenario where you would have a lot of people coming together and want such a large room with a stage effectively to make a presentation. but even in that, the dark enclosures that movie theaters are don't really work well as far as churches. Plus, churches could get tons of tax write-offs to afford renting or buying a movie theater or a planetarium. So malls also have some weird tax elements to them that make them more financially viable, but they're still not really that viable. Anyways, I'm not talking about video games at this point. Moving on, GameDeveloper.com says about 1,600 women have received payments from the Riot Games after the discrimination lawsuit. Riot's women's staff saw the majority of the $104 million settlement, which arose from a 2018 lawsuit alleging the studio's years-long culture of sexism, which I'm sure in this article, GameDeveloper.com is willing to link back to reports as to what was going on there. And certainly this is a case where it was either agreed upon that Riot Games was being sexist or settled upon. Yeah, they settled on $100 million at the time to just make this go away. There is always this problem, though, where when somebody else gets some kind of, let's go with reparations, or for lack of a better word, it's going to create some resentment in other people too. I imagine if 1,600 of your co-workers at Riot got money and you, as potentially identifying as a male, didn't get money, that you might have this knee-jerk reaction of going, hey, how in the world is that fair? I've been treated poorly at this company also. But some people would call that in itself being sexist, when maybe it isn't. There's really no way to undo problems without just creating more problems. And certainly it is just going to be a matter of attitude there. And maybe that actually doesn't happen at all. Maybe every single male at Riot Games has realized that yes, there was this deep-seated sexism, and yes, there were women employees who literally were being paid less than male employees or treated worse than male employees, so maybe they deserve this settlement. Who knows? We'll probably never know the real truth of it. As an outsider, as a gamer, what do you really do with this news? I guess what you do with this news is you, in your own job, if you are working a job with women, always keep an eye out for sexism and try to establish a valid opinion on what is sexism and what isn't. Inherently in the working environment, exploitation often is happening across gendered lines in many ways. So it would be very easy for a minority of any sort to claim sexism or racism when really they're just being exploited to the exact same amount that a majority, the straight white male, is being exploited. So potentially keep an eye out for that too, and don't just claim sexism when it really isn't there. Inherently in the West, in the United States, women from almost birth are treated way better. They are given more attention in general, more attention in their emotional needs. Their emotions are considered and talked about way more. So there is this positive sexism that happens in the West. I'm not going red pill here or incel or anything. It's just got to be admitted that it happens. I've seen it personally. You'll have parents that have boys that they treat completely different than girls. um, almost always, and yeah, often way better. Uh, and so that sometimes in a not so rare occasion, I would say, it creates like a false perception of reality in a lot of women too, that they've been treated so well up up to graduation of college, and then they get in the workforce and they start being treated just as bad as the male employees, and they think that's sexism. Um, yeah, and we could go certainly in a big conversation on that. But I don't think that's what's happening here. I don't think you settle for $100 million unless there was real sexism. You got to be realistic here. And as a gamer, I don't know what you really do with this, other than take note that Riot is the exact same League of Legends company that just announced a bunch of layoffs. So we may have yet another claim that a bunch of women were laid off in continuing deep settled sexism, or we may have a bunch of layoffs that coincidentally got rid of a bunch of the bad actor males that were creating deep seated sexism, or the layoffs have nothing to do with that and they've just laid off 100 people at random to pay off for this $100 million settlement. Riot being owned by Tencent, being more of a Chinese company, there probably are some cultural sexist elements there that can't be denied. Inherently, even looking at the characters here, they're ignoring the penguin. There is a guy here that is only really showing his head and is covered in armor. And then you have a ninja guy that's showing an elbow and is completely covered. And then you have a lady here that is completely covered in armor. And then you have Jinx, that one character I actually know the name of, who is definitely more in hot pants and way more skin showing than any of the other characters. And as a gamer, almost certainly the reason why Jinx has been promoted more to the point where I know her as a character and why she's been talked about more is because here you have the only character that is smiling, the only character that is colorful, and the only character that is liberated or drawn to be liberated enough to actually show some skin and have some personality. This lady is incredibly boring. She's not really smiling, she's smirking at most. She has a boring blue and black color palette, and the armor is not interesting. This guy is incredibly boring. He's got this brown and orange color palette and just like one weapon here that you can barely see. This guy has got a blue and black color palette, and he's incredibly boring too. There's just way more focus and detail, anime high fashion with pink belts going on. If anything, the second most interesting character here is the penguin with the crown and eyes and sword. And I'll leave it up to you to say whether it's sexism that the audience and the promotion and the recognizability of League of Legends characters has all fallen onto Jinx, or if it is just a case that she is a more interesting character in general, where these other characters are just not as interestingly drawn. Inherently, there is just more, I think, desire even amongst all genders to look at and see female characters that are colorful, attractive, smiling, happy. I don't mind by any means seeing some beefcake characters too, which there is incredibly few of those in video games. Like, very rarely are you getting a guy who even takes off his shirt at any point in a video game, which frankly, that should happen more often. Um, think about like the football games and the basketball games. It's kind of crazy that there isn't a shirts versus skins mode in the NBA video games where you have shirtless athletic basketball players showing there. Um, but yeah, very, very rarely do you see any beefcake characters showing any skin at all until you get into straight up male on male gay games, and most of those that you even see are frankly parodying male on male homosexuality and trying to make it seem like a joke or extreme, disgusting. It is ridiculous, particularly when you get into the male on male gay games where you have characters that have genitalia that are like 20 inches long, 15 inches thick, just ridiculously out of proportion things that genitalia that it just doesn't make any sense at all for that to in any way be attractive to an actual homosexual male or female who is interested in seeing homosexual male on male content, which that probably exists too. Moving on from what was probably a fairly pointless driveling around sexism in video games or sexism in the industry of video games, I definitely suspect there's a high amount of sexism in the industry of game development. Overall, it's not a very professional industry in general, so that probably affects that too. Square Enix, which we had heard People Can Fly was laying off people while working on a game for Square Enix, is also getting rid of Nier Reincarnation by putting it on the chopping block. This is a mobile RPG game that was launched 3 years ago, and inherently this is another thing that just highlights the problem with making mobile games, I think more than even making console games, is that games that are mobile almost never succeed, and even if they do succeed, they are removed from sale 5 to 6 years later at most, usually closer to 1 to 3 years later if they don't succeed, and then you just don't have any longevity there. Like, very quickly, if you wanted to play all the Nier games, including Nier Reincarnation, you're gonna just have to find a cracked version of the application and pirate it, because they're not gonna bring this mobile game, a free-to-play mobile RPG game, which maybe as a free-to-play game needs to connect to a server, which might make it more difficult to crack it. They're just never going to bring it to consoles or PC. They could bring it to PC, but there were so many compromises to make it a mobile game in the first place that it wouldn't play well on PC, and that's why nobody accepted it in the first place. And we definitely don't want to create just a stream of games that get created and then disappear from history because they aren't making enough money or the platforms aren't supporting them. And in all fairness, it is also worth pointing out that both the iOS and Android sometimes, fairly often, change their requirements as far as keeping apps on the Play Store or keeping apps running on newer versions of their operating system. So, yeah, it may not just be a case that you need a cracked version of Nier Reincarnation to play it. You may need a cracked version and a fairly old cell phone running a fairly old version of Android to play it, which just makes it even less likely somebody's going to do that. Let's see. Censored Gaming put out a couple more videos. He did slow down a little bit, but he does seem like he's got some bursts now and then when there is real news. Though I would say it definitely feels like I was probably right that he should have held back a few of his videos around the new year when nobody would have been watching his videos anyways, in favor of just having a more consistent release time, which he really doesn't have a consistent release time. He really should target like a Monday or a Tuesday to put out one video. That way people will see it and talk about it. Putting out a video 12 hours ago and then putting out another video 7 hours ago means that the algorithm is likely not promoting this video, and at most is going to be promoting this video. As far as what the video is about, more details as far as Yuana and the Haunted Hot Springs. There's slightly less steam, but still steam and censorship in some of the bathtub nudity scenes in this game. But there's more steam on the Switch version than the PC version. As far as Valis, the Valis Collection 3 has been censored worldwide. These are older games that were created before Japan even had a rating system, the Sero system. And so there's like one scene in one of the games in the collection where a character is topless, and full toplessness in video games is not allowed by Sero at all, so they couldn't have gotten a rating. So they just put an obnoxious white box over the toplessness in that one scene, and they did not bother, at least at the moment, they have not bothered to undo that censorship for, say, the PC version of the game. Now, inherently, it is worth pointing out, like most censorship cases, that particularly for video games, playing the Valis Collection 3 to see one frame of toplessness is really, really ridiculousness. So you have to take their censorship with a grain of salt. You definitely don't want to encourage or even tolerate censorship if you're anti-censorship, but if you like the Valis games, you're really not going to have that terrible of a experience playing it in this new collection, and I don't think you really have another option anyways. But yeah, as far as release dates go, him bundling things just doesn't make sense. Like, he put out 2 things on the 22nd, but he hadn't put out anything between the 5th and the 22nd. So had he not put out so much around the New Year's, which he put out quite a bit during that time, he could have put out a new thing every Monday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever, pick a day of the week. I wouldn't go Thursday or Friday, I wouldn't go Saturday and Sunday, but he could have put out one video and had more consistent videos. Of course, this is effectively a failed YouTuber and myself telling another YouTuber to what to do, and his YouTube channel, I'm pretty sure, has got way more subscriptions than I do, subscribers than I do, and he's spending all of his focusing on censorship in gaming, which I don't think I could do that and make the other content that I want to make. Moving on, GameDeveloper.com says that Hasbro has tapped Resolution Games to create the first Dungeons & Dragons VR title. I imagine it won't be great, considering how the vast majority of VR games are not good. The latest PS5 update includes new party and audio features. This includes system software, messages, and usability improvements. Let's see. They've updated the device software for the Pulse Explorer wireless earbuds, which I think are really expensive earbuds that they sell. Looks like they put an equalizer or added an equalizer into it, Which it is kind of crazy that there isn't an equalizer option built into things like the Xbox interface and even the Steam client interface. It's kind of crazy that even audio sliders for Steam games are not integrated. There clearly needs to be a better API or a compatibility layer that straight up is manipulating the audio levels on savings and settings files for older games. But honestly, manipulating the settings files may be the wrong answer. It may be better just to take a sample of the audio coming out and adjusting the audio levels that way. Let's see. Here we have Video Games Chronicle with the same article saying Netflix's mobile game download numbers have risen sharply thanks to GTA Trilogy, and I think pretty much nothing else according to this article. I do get the feeling that this is a little unfair that they keep calling this the Tekken 8's potentially harmful accessibility options, because potentially harmful really is coming from one random person saying it on the internet, and they're saying experts, but I'd like to actually see the credentials of these experts. But yeah, it's been updated before release. I would assume this might be the new update, although as far as colorblind mode goes, I'm not 100% sure how this helps that much. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. To just so drastically desaturate the background, that's probably fine, but then to completely desaturate the life bars seems a little weird. And yeah, I don't know if this pointillism grid helps anything at all. You have like a different kind of grid pattern on the enemy versus a grid pattern here. It definitely feels like you're doing too much for colorblind mode. I find it always kind of informative to listen to Jeff Grossman talk about colorblind modes, and he basically says he's never found a colorblind mode that has worked with him in video games. And I think that may be a highlight of one of the problems overall with the idea of trying to add colorblind modes and accessibility functions into video games, is that they probably just don't have a international order of colorblind gamers, like, which, yeah, there probably should be some kind of organization, some kind of lobbyist group established for that in particular, in which you could have a panel of people who you could submit screenshots to or give demos to games to and get their feedback while developing a game. That organization can put out some guidance, not as a organization, as a lobbyist group, because it definitely feels like a lot of these colorblind modes may be responding to one colorblind programmer somewhere's opinions, or just a random programmer who's not even colorblind. Like, I'm not colorblind as far as I know. I'm pretty sure I'm not. Well, no, I know. I've taken those tests and passed them fine, although some of them can be difficult to see. But yeah, I would have no idea to really program colorblindness. Like, my solution would be to just let them change specific colors or ranges of colors drastically with a lookup table. I think that makes the most sense, as it were, and try to find some way to program that in so it's easy to set up. Because right now, a lot of the colorblind modes are straight up just flip a switch to turn it on or turn it off, and that's not going to be good enough, I imagine. Moving on, this is probably more of the survey stuff from GameDeveloper.com. Most developers are sold on the idea of unionization, but many still aren't discussing it. I think you probably would get that same response overall in any industry. I think most workers, associate level workers, are sold on the idea of unionization, but many of them are not discussing it, either because they're too busy or because they're afraid of retribution or being fired or something like that, which is a real fear they have, certainly. Yep. But yeah, I think particularly when you're talking about artistic endeavors like video game development, and I don't think you can make an argument that it isn't an artistic endeavor, your need for unionization is a little bit different than, say, repetitive endeavors like working on an assembly line, but it still is a need that exists. There's still major gaps between how a brand new programmer is treated and paid versus a programmer who has been in the industry for decades. There's major gaps between what QA testers are getting paid compared to a programmer, and bridging those gaps, making those gaps smaller, would be better for society in general. Moving on, the Godot engine is working up to use Metal programming as a renderer instead of Vulkan rendering, and so as they're working on that as potentially a plugin, here's some benchmark tests they have to show where the average frames per second on this benchmark test was 53 frames per second, and it took way more when using a CPU and 55 when using a GPU. In comparison, the numbers are much better on Metal, where it was able to produce 110 frames per second, 112 using the GPU. Now, noticeably, using bare metal driver versus Vulkan drivers for your video card rendering doesn't actually improve CPU rendering at all. It actually made it slightly worse. The overall time to do the benchmark also was just about the same in both of these tests, but twice the number of frames were rendered in that same amount of time. So, yeah. And we pretty much knew that's the case. That being said, it's also worth pointing out that the bare metal API is exclusive to Apple products too. The Apple M1 Max being used here, I think, as the hardware, whereas it's the same hardware, Apple M1 Max for the Vulkan. So this would be better frame rates for making a game with the Godot engine that would run on Apple products. Which, yeah, you need that though. You need that improvement, certainly, to potentially make games that could run on Apple products if Apple ever decides they really want to have their products actually play video games well. And tablets and cell phones will have the M1 chips in them eventually, or the M2 or M3 chips in them, so bare metal programming makes more sense there too. Remember that the Godot engine is trying to replace the Unity engine, and one of the major things about the Unity engine that was attractive was that you could make games easily portable to multiple platforms, whether that was cell phones or Switch or Apple products versus PC gaming. Here's an interesting thought, certainly from GameDeveloper.com. Is NVIDIA's AI-driven NPC technology just a really expensive improv? AI's NVIDIA's AI tech may still cost less than an improv education at Groundlings. But yeah, it's an interesting kind of joking thought that improv in general is not that well received and liked. When done well, most comedics will improvise or improv some responses here and there, some jokes here and there, but even in that, the vast majority of what is called improv in an improv presentation is actually pre-written, established jokes and gimmicks. Even the phrase yes and is a technique that has been taught to improvisers to be thinking in that way. So it's not like you're just having a blank mind come to an improv presentation and they're off the top of their head improving everything. No, every story, every gimmick for a good improver has been done in their head, has been thought through before, and that's if you're getting good improv, which the vast majority of the time you're not. People who talk about improv and like improv are typically, I would say, slightly crazy and typically end up being improvisers themselves. So I'm not sure if we really want that form of entertainment in NPC behavior. At a certain level, whatever an NPC is doing, it's just going to be some higher level of scripted behavior. And the last thing we want them to do is just to straight up spout out like chat GPT gibberish or start telling stories that are just random. And that's generally in line with why I have not been particularly impressed with this idea of having NPCs be driven by AI in the first place. Is I just don't want an NPC to stop being an NPC and start trying to be a human and interact with other NPCs or interact with the players. If there is going to be funny conversations happening on the streets in a Spider-Man game, for instance, I want those to be scripted, and I want a human to be paid for being a writer to write those scripted stories. I don't want just what would be the equivalent of getting two Alexas to talk to each other back and forth. Yeah. Apparently, there's an NPC who suggests putting petroleum jelly on a baby. Yeah. Yeah. Whether it's improv or not, I want NPCs to be fairly forgettable and just background actors to a movie or a show. And in the same way, nobody wants the background actors in a TV show to start talking or be heard or talked. They're just not the main characters of the story. And we're going to very quickly have that subreddit r/I'm the main character be filled with NPCs that are AI driven if we're not careful. Let's see. A whole lot of developers think conglomeration is a very bad idea. This is from GameDeveloper.com. Consolidation of wealth and power inevitably breeds complacency and contempt for workers and the consumers, which I think you could almost universally make that argument, with the slight exception of every single manager and business owner out there who definitely want conglomeration. Embracer Group is probably a great example of how conglomeration is bad, in that you had a company merging and acquiring people like crazy and then screwing up on one major deal and then laying off people. And frankly, even before they were laying off people, they were acquiring people and then not really funding them, I think, enough that they could actually make games and put games out. Embracer Group has been incredibly poor representation of what a publisher, a mega publisher, could do as far as making games and having products available for people to play and purchase. And yeah, it's kind of not just Embracer Group. You could name Microsoft, Unity, Meta, Epic Games, PlayStation, EA, Embracer. All of them are giant corporations that don't feel like they are quite better. And it is certainly worth pointing out that the only way you fix a giant corporation that really, really sucks, like Activision Blizzard King, is often to have another giant corporation just acquire them in corporate protectionist ways, instead of just letting Activision Blizzard King fail and go bankrupt and be sold off in pieces. Like, there has not been a single story in the past 2 years that I can recall where a corporation has been shut down and liquidated and sold off in pieces, or been broken up in any form or factor. Like, we would all as gamers be much happier if Activision got split back into just being Activision, and Blizzard became its own separate entity called Blizzard, and King became its own separate entity called King. That would have been way better for gamers, instead of just Microsoft owning everything now. Which definitely makes an argument that the merger shouldn't have been allowed by the US government, but the US government has been weakened by politicians so much that they can't even make an antitrust argument properly. The people in charge of the FTC not really making good arguments, perhaps intentionally making bad arguments so they fail. Now, here is a story of liquidation. Netmarble has liquidated the Grand Cross MetaWorld studio called Metaverse World. It's a South Korean publisher doing it, however, and this is a small corporation. I imagine I wouldn't be surprised if there's less than 100 people that were at Metaverse World. We are pretty much done with the idea of metaverses, and I think we are approaching the end of the idea of virtual influencers. Although, speaking of virtual influencers, I did see there's an interesting thing going on in Japan in which apparently the Reformed Church, I think is what it's called in Japan, has decided to make YouTube videos with like VTuber anime girls reading their Bible in an ASMR style, which seems very weird, but it also seems like something that somebody else could certainly do. I could see some Christian sect, Catholicism or otherwise, having an ASMR style Bible study where somebody is reading the Bible verses to you. And I don't know if they would go with anime girls so much in the West, but that maybe they would go with some somewhat attractive, sexy looking thought type character doing it. And certainly if you are a Twitch thought, or just a thought in general, with a trying to get some kind of fandom, having the Bible to just read, any religion in an ASMR style, would give you months, if not years, of content to make. There was a couple of YouTubers who were literally just going to read the entire Bible as their series, and they got fairly far into it, almost, I would say, a significant portion of the Old Testament. They got into it before they eventually just ran out of interest and steam. Reading the Christian Bible is a decent amount of commitment there. But yeah, they weren't doing it in an ASMR style, though. They were also atheists, so they were doing it from a more critical educational perspective than from a pro-religion direction. The Catholic Church literally could make a YouTube channel and have the Pope reading the Bible in the Bible study, just from beginning to end. Although they probably wouldn't have the Pope do that. They'd probably have a younger preacher do it for him. Moving on, I'm supposed to be talking about video games. Death Stranding has a new release date for iPhone and Mac. The game will be coming to Apple platforms next week, which that'll be interesting to see how well Death Stranding actually plays on iPhone. There is now still continued leaks for new Xbox Series X and S controllers, new patterns and designs, which, if Microsoft really was going to start to de-emphasize hardware sales, then you would think one of the first things to go would be the large variety of different styles of controllers, and patterns on controllers would be the first thing that they would stop making. That being said, I don't think they are actually getting away from hardware sales, and I would think that they probably are making a decent amount of money for these custom skinned controllers. Nintendo, on the other hand, has some pastel pink Joy-Cons launching aside the Princess Peach Showtime, which I think on one hand you could certainly say, well, that sounds fairly sexist, to associate pink just with Princess Peach and females in general. On the other hand, some people do like pink, so I mean, it's not that crazy as far as an idea. The crazier thing, in my opinion, is that the Joy-Cons by default are red and blue instead of just one solid color of either red or blue. Or just one solid color in general. The Immortality developer Sam Barlow has announced 2 new horror games called Project C and Project D, being very cryptic in the naming system there. Let's see. I also saw in this that Sam Barlow may have been involved. Yeah, he previously wrote and designed Silent Hill's Origins for the PS2 and Silent Hill Shattered Memories for the Wii and PS2. And, you know, I haven't played Immortality, but from playing Her Story, I wouldn't have guessed that at all, that he had been involved in writing a Silent Hill game. But in general, Silent Hill games, I just don't know that much about their stories anyways, so I wouldn't have made that connection. Let's see, Dragon's Dogma 2's director says he doesn't like fast travel because it means a game is boring. Quote, all you have to do is make travel fun. End quote, says Hideaki Itsuno. Which I definitely get what he's saying there. That being said, it's easy to say making travel fun. It's difficult to really do that. Breath of the Wild is a game that's super focused on traveling, and yet there's a lot of points there where I would have preferred to be able to just fast travel from one location to another, even relatively short distances. In part, that's because Breath of the Wild is very vertical and there's just a lot of climbing up and down in locations. But yeah, I can't think of too many games where I really enjoyed traveling, even if it's very fast in its traveling. Even playing Rethink, where you're just in this prison facility and you're sometimes going around a corner to go to the next puzzle. You're taking maybe 20 steps. Even that is not appreciated. It goes from feeling completely nothing as far as traveling to being irritated by the amount of travel. There's no point where I can think of where I've enjoyed traveling. Sometimes if you're on a horse, there might be a little bit of amusement on that if you can speed it up. Sometimes if you're driving a car, there'd be amusement on that. Inherently, I think I would argue with this person and say, instead of saying make travel fun, you should just eliminate travel. Eliminate the concept of traveling. Even if you are walking from one point to another, there should be enough happening in the world that it doesn't feel like traveling. When I was running around in Witcher 3, I was probably getting ambushed by enemies or monsters and fighting them, or picking mushrooms and collectibles enough that it a lot of times did not feel like I was traveling from one place to the other. Meanwhile, in many games, moving from point A to point B may just be completely empty, or it may just be random encounters. The example of the most unfun experiences that I have are probably games like Pokemon, where you're traveling in the grass and then you run into a random encounter that is just grindy and repetitive, and it is the random encounters you need to go through. But that is in part why I don't like a lot of these open field RPG games, is because there's just not really an experience there that's fun. It's just random encounters. I would say, lacking the high amount of success you would need to do to make travel not feel like travel, which is what I would argue that you should do, you then just need to have fast travel. It just makes sense to have fast travel. It doesn't even make sense in almost any game to punish the player by charging them money for fast travel. It really should just be free fast travel in most cases. Yeah. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says that Persona 3 Reload and Metaphor ReFantazio are coming to the Switch 2, according to an Atlas insider, assuming it is going to be called the Switch 2. If I was Nintendo, just out of stubbornness, I would definitely not call it the Switch 2. Also, Nintendo has never called any of their consoles a number 2 of anything. Never. The new 2DS is the closest to a sequel title for any hardware when they made the DS, and then the 3DS, and then the new 2DS, or the 2DS and then the new 2DS. But there's never been a number 2 after a console title. So it would be weird for them to call it the Switch 2 now. Let's see. Palworld from Gamatsu here also has gotten up to at least 6 million in early access sales in 4 days. So if we get one more announcement of a big number. Again, Palworld doing amazingly well, but maybe it would be a flash in the pan. Although at this point, if it was a flash in the pan, there would still just be so much momentum that there still probably would be 1 million people playing it, even if a lot of people are not having that much fun. The all-time peak of concurrent player has topped 1.7 million now. And then, yeah, I think we had already talked about this. Right, confirming 530 layoffs. Quote, "This isn't to appease shareholders, ... it's necessary." The third-party publishing label to close the card game Legends of Runeterra to be downsized. So, yeah. Well, you may be up to 9,000 layoffs overall now. 9,000 in 2023. But I think it is worth pointing out, too, that this settlement is happening right at the same time that they're laying off people. I want to change this. Like, We're past the new year, and frankly, the little goblins wallpaper is not that interesting to me. So let's swap to a different thing. We may see what this looks like. Yeah. Let's get a different wallpaper. Problem with this wallpaper though is I can't even really tell what this is supposed to be. It looks like you've got this pirate girl being held by some kind of racing robot character, but it kind of looks aquatic in its layout. And then you've got a background of what looks like a blimp being destroyed and webfoot. So not humanoid. Pirate girl. Just a lot going on here, certainly, as an image. Alright. We're already 3 hours in, and I haven't done any of the looking at games that came out on Monday. So how are we going to handle that? I guess we're going to just try and power through it. I think that's pretty much all we can do. So let's just very quickly perhaps take mostly silence as we go through games that came out on Monday to see which ones deserve YouTube Shorts and which ones don't. This Abyss School is a interesting choice, but it's rated very positively, so I'm going to give it a chance. It does definitely come off like it's probably just selling because it's a slightly attractive 3D model. Yep. There's something about Rethink that occurred to me too, is that had Rethink gone third person and just had a big-butted character like the game Haiti, it probably would have caught more people's attention too. Yeah. In particular, a laser puzzle game where you're bending down and twisting / picking up laser reflectors could have been done something. Here we have School Curse 2, which looks like a low effort game, and now we're looking at School Curse 3, which looks like the exact same game. Did not see a game called School Curse 1, although I wouldn't be surprised if they released a game called School Curse 1 6 months ago or a year ago. Of course, you might have lost a lot of your audience too if you made a laser puzzle game that was so embarrassing to play because there was a big-butted robot lady solving the puzzles. Notably, both the controls in Haiti and the controls in Rethink struggle to be smooth enough. The good news is, so far, most of this is junk. Some of this may catch my attention, but that doesn't inherently mean it's good. I need to decide what day is the best day to make YouTube Shorts. And I imagine Friday sounds like the best day to make YouTube Shorts. Always. It may not actually be the best day for me though. Wednesday might be a better day to do YouTube Shorts. Make them on Wednesday, schedule them on Friday. Yeah, that probably would make more sense. I was live streaming the footage of games I was making on Twitch. I did not do that for Rethink though, so that was a mistake. Of course, I was only doing that in the slight hope that somehow I would get enough concurrent viewers on Twitch to be able to upload videos. That's all I'm even looking to do on Twitch, is just to have a backup location where things would be uploaded. Here we have what looks like a pure Japanese game. It's always nice to see this. And certainly you're having a different moe anime style here, where the characters are fairly young looking in the moe GB style, and they're running around on the beach with some belly showing. So it seems like there's no censorship or complaining from Valve, at least at the moment, for that game. It's been a decent amount of time since anybody has claimed that their game was disallowed or taken off of the Steam storefront, which we were having a fairly long controversy. I almost want to say yes to this horror game. I like this like meat monster design. It's grotesque, but the rest of the game has a lot of dark screenshot syndrome, and just it looks like it's a pretty boring looking subway. So I'm gonna say no. Yeah, the fact that there hasn't been a controversy in a while is a good thing, but I imagine it's kind of unlikely that we'll get all the way through 2024 without at least one company claiming that they're being forced to censor to put their game on Steam, or claiming that Steam is not allowing their game on their storefront at all. Meanwhile, there's never been a controversy that I can even mention of somebody being forced to change their game for better quality outside of having adult content in it, or for somebody not being allowed to put their game via Steam Direct on the storefront. Of course, the contrast to the controversy of Valve censoring games and censoring their storefront is the increasing controversy of seeing people mislabel their games on the Steam storefront to avoid being put in the adult section, which that still seems like that's increasingly happening. And then the controversy of just a lot of garbage games being on Steam is going to constantly be an issue unless they get rid of Steam Direct or raise the prices on Steam Direct, which I could see them raising the price on Steam Direct and it not really changing too much. I would much rather them keep it at $100 as just an arbitrary low amount of money, and then have more limitations when you are a Steam Direct publisher as far as what types of games you can upload or how often you can upload a game. There are clearly a lot of people that are just putting out 4 or 5 games at the same time, and that doesn't make a lot of sense if you're actually trying to have a product that people would actually want to see and purchase. It only makes sense if you're just trying to flood the Steam marketplace for one reason or another. I'd have to think that at least some people straight up are running up credit cards or using stolen credit cards to list their games on Steam Direct. Like, I'd have to assume at least one person has done that. We have a game that's come out of early access. Okay, good. Fortunately, we didn't have as many games, so I was able to just burn through them quicker. They've never gotten any better with these coin pusher games either. There definitely are some categories where I think Valve could straight up say, hey, we would like to encourage people to make these types of games, or maybe even Valve should just act as a publisher and pay some companies to make certain types of games. And here we have a fall list loaded up, but it's not doing anything, so that's not helpful. Okay, so as far as the 24-hour all-time peak, we have now on SteamDB 2 million people playing Palworld, doubling Counter-Strike 2, and basically 20 times more than the vast majority of the top 10 players playing games in the past 24 hours. Really beating Counter-Strike 2 in lifetime. And I can certainly see that because Palworld just has a little bit more going for it than Counter-Strike 2 goes. Or at least it seems like it has more going for it than Counter-Strike 2 does. Maybe Valve was very wise to release Counter-Strike 2 as an update to CSGO and release it at that time before Palworld came out. But I'm not sure anybody really saw that Palworld was going to be this massive of a success, because there have been several Pokemon-esque ripoff games that have come out in the past and not really sold that well. And I would argue that Palworld's survival gameplay may be bringing up games like Rust's attention too. Monster Hunter World taking 13th spot, Lethal Company taking 15th spot. I wouldn't be surprised if Lethal Company stops getting as many players in favor of Palworld, but I'm still very confused as to why like Naraka Blade Point gets played as much as it does, or even GTA 5 or Wallpaper Engine. So this list is still very confusing to me. Meanwhile, my list, and trying to make some sense out of it, is still something I haven't worked on. So you have the introduction of Palworld, and then it just shoots way up, and it's just way at the top. Apex Legends seems to be fairly in the same place. Naraka Blade Point up and down, but trending downward. Baldur's Gate 3 goes up and down, but trending downward. And then everything else is just a mess of numbers. It's just all getting squished with these data points quite a bit. And then this saying 3 more is another thing I need to fix on the chart. But if I do spend any time at all trying to fix the chart, that'll just be time wasted when I could have been doing something else. Apparently the game Enshrouded is now available in early access, and so we have an advertisement here. Meanwhile, we have promotions for several games here. This King's Call, for instance, seems kind of out of place. And I guess the game to play here is what? How far do we have to scroll down till we see Palworld again? Because it definitely feels like Palworld should be advertised to everybody, even my account, which maybe is not super interested in Palworld. So, seems like you still have to come down to this, and for some reason it is not on new and trending, so you have to click top sellers to see Palworld once again. That being said, games streaming right now are Enshrouded. None of these are Palworld either, are they? If anything, there's room for argument that they are actively not trying to promote Palworld. And you would think that the algorithm recommendations down here might promote Palworld, but there's certainly something in the algorithm that, yeah, made it come all the way down here. Go ahead and put Palworld on the wish list. We don't have to jump around that. I think at this point, even if it was a game nobody ever played again, owning Palworld would be attractive to Pokemon fans. That's just something you could play around with, unless Pokemon fans have a violent negative reaction to Palworld, which they might. The Pirates vs. Ninjas Fest is weird, certainly. It gives you a great excuse to sell both Naruto and One Piece games, and lets you promote Sea of Thieves 2023 edition, or Ghost Runner games. I didn't remember that there was a Ghost Runner 2. I guess Ninja Turtles are technically ninjas, and I'm a little upset I don't own that. I've just been really bad about buying games. Senran Kagura games are technically ninja girls that lose their clothing when they take damage, so that gives you an excuse to buy that. And it's interesting that for one reason or another, Senran Kagura Burst Renewal is being advertised under the featured set. The problem here is that unless we've gotten to a point now where these sales are at an all-time low, and you would have to use the SteamDB plugin to make sure about that, it very possibly is the wrong time to be buying games. You're not getting trading cards in these kinds of sales. You're not getting anything like that. Let's see. Mixed reviews. I don't think I've seen this game before. I guess generally, I kind of do like pirate games. Well, there's a arrow here that I can't even see behind the background. It's a white on peach color, which means there's probably an arrow here too. That's just terrible design. Yeah, actually, I guess there's quite a few pirate games. I've never even gotten to Assassin's Creed Black Flag. And yeah, I guess I generally like ninja games too. And now might be a very good time to like buy Senran Kagura games or Naruto games. A lot of it's going to come down to how many of them I really play, though. And even something like Senran Kagura at this point may be a game that just doesn't fall in line with what YouTube wants as far as their content, even if they are just loot games. There's several free-to-play games, which I wouldn't really recognize most of these free-to-play games. And then upcoming is an interesting thought too, as far as how many people have announced a new pirate or ninja game. There should be several here, though, that have been announced. Alright, let's go look at some of those games I just opened now. So, Cat's Quest 3 is coming out. I liked Cat's Quest 1. Shinobi Non Grata is out of early access, so I can go ahead and put that on the wish list. Samurai Maiden, I would like to have said yes to, but from the mixed reviews, that's got to be a no. I remember this game. They tried to promote it quite a bit, but it came off. It just played really poorly. You have this samurai girl in a modern school outfit, and then she has several female love interests that they kiss to give her more power. So it's a Yuri girl on girl type implications, but I don't think it goes any further than that. It felt like it was trying to be a Oni-chanbara type game, but yeah. This is the kind of game, left to my own devices, I might make footage on just in the hopes of getting more views for late night after dark style content, but more practically, I don't think that makes sense. And frankly, why do that when you can instead play a very positively reviewed game like Neptunia X Senran Kagura Ninja Warriors, which this one may not have been on my fall list because there was some small amount of censorship in this like mini game, but yeah, even if there is a small amount of censorship, it's still pretty silly lewd for that mini game. Although then that just gets back to the problem of, is this really a game that, if you're spending 90% of your time doing this, would be acceptable on Steam, on YouTube? And then I want to say yes to this, but 61% says no, so let's look at the reviews. Tried it on 4 different computers. All in all of them I get 5 frames per second. It's not hardware. These were GTX 660 and GTX 1060s. After one of the updates, it runs only at 10 frames per second. These are like 2017 review things, 2014. Dull characters, increasingly annoying voice actors when the game is boring. Alright, so seems like maybe the visuals are good here, but then the frame rate's bad and the story itself seems to be bad. That's a shame. The lowest recorded price for this game, by the way, has been 49 cents, not $3.04, which at 49 cents maybe I would be willing to gamble on a mixed reviewed game, but honestly I'm not willing to gamble even then. And we're not quite done with this show yet, but I want to try and burn through this really fast. So Pocket Pair has released Palworld's early access roadmap. The company also says the game has topped 7 million sales in 5 days. What would the roadmap include? They're going to address critical issues. Currently numerous bugs have been identified and are prioritizing fixing them. Sometimes the world date may experience rollbacks. The loading screen may persist when trying to load into worlds, and so on. Next would be improvements to improve as soon as possible. Key configuration improvements and improvements to the base PAL AI and pathing. And then the planned future updates are player versus player, which, wait a minute, if there isn't player versus player, then what is the point of having multiple players on the same server? Is it simply co-op at this point? Raid bosses as far as in-game content. A PAL arena, which would be player versus player for PALs. Steam, Xbox, and Steam and Xbox crossplay, which you'd think you'd want to implement that before you release the game in early access. And then various Xbox features improvements. They want to work on server transfers and migrations, which again, you would think you'd want to implement that before you release the game. And then improvements on the building system, and then new islands, PALs, bosses, and technologies, all of which these need to come out fairly frequently to keep the game interesting. It is also worth, I think, pointing out that there's a history in Pocket Pair having games being left in early access or being taken down and abandoned. They have about 3 games in early access right now, and that seems like too many. It's also worth mentioning that one of their previous early access games effectively has all the same game mechanics and content as Palworlds does, and so you could very easily claim that Palworlds is really secretly just the version 2.0 of their previous game, in which they've just added Pokemon ripoff monsters, where their previous game had just normal humanoid looking characters. But on the other hand, if Palworld is super successful and then they have 2 other games in development that aren't successful, it might be better business to shut down the other 2 games and just focus on Palworlds and focus on making the game way better. I wouldn't be surprised if the lesson that a lot of game developers learn from Palworlds is that they should just rip off Palworlds themselves, and we may very quickly see some other company making a Palworlds that just has twice as many Pokemon, maybe closer to a Pokemon RPG style of gameplay, and just more money behind it to continue supporting it and developing it. I'm not even sure if Palworlds in its current state needs as much online connectivity as it seems to have. Moving on, Splatoon 3's Side Order DLC launches next month. Do we have a specific date? February 22nd. We talked about Sony reportedly bringing in Until Dawn to PS5 and PC. The Day Before studio claims it was a victim of a hate campaign by deceptive bloggers. Fantastic lays the blame for the game's failure on outside forces. I wouldn't really put any thought into that. Do I believe that there are potentially hate campaigns that try to get started and cancel attempts, which would be what I would describe it as? Sure, but do I think any of those really work? Not really. This is not Hollywood. It's not a case where some SJW can write a letter and get a celebrity canceled. The vast majority of the hate for The Day Before that is in the reviews for that game is from people who bought the game and played the game. This isn't a case, in my opinion. I did not see anything that said Kotaku or anybody like that would have been able to succeed at that. If Kotaku could start a hate campaign, if any mainstream video game journalist could start a hate campaign, they would have done it long ago, and it wouldn't have been against the game The Day Before. It would have been against something that they really hated, probably something more political and something more conservative, right-wing leaning if they were going to get rid of a game like that. And notably, mainstream video game journalists did try to start a hate campaign against gamers by creating the phrase Gamergate, or twisting the meaning of what Gamergate was all about and calling generally all gamers sexist. And that only lost a significant amount of credibility in mainstream video game journalists. Even now, probably a decade past Gamergate, I still use the phrase mainstream video game journalists for that reason, is that I know mainstream video game journalists are not gamers. They don't really play games like gamers do. They don't pay for games like gamers do. And they don't have the mentality that would be anywhere close in line to your average person, let alone your average gamer. They are people who are pretending to be one of us when they really aren't, for lack of a better term. So yeah, I would not give this any credibility. This is fantastic, basically trying to blame somebody else other than themselves for being bad at making games and inherently promising way too much and not being able to deliver any of it. Notably, even before the Days Gone had come out officially out of early access, it was notorious for making trailers that were deceptive and just kind of stealing ideas poorly. And poorly is the main factor there. If they stole ideas good, you'd be talking about a game like Palworld. If you steal games ideas badly, you're going to end up with a poor game. Let's see, which of these have we not talked about before? Let's see, apparently Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is the best reviewed game in the Yakuza series. Is that exclusively from... nope, they're using Metacritic scores for the rating. Let's see, plans to shut down 3DS and Wii U we talked about. Sony has revealed the most downloaded PlayStation games of 2023. Do we have a proper list here? Doesn't seem like it. So, yeah. Separate top 20 charts for PS4 and PS5. Let's see if we can click on the link and actually see the charts, or if it's going to load at all. Okay, US, EU, here's the charts. I guess pause now if you want to read all of these. We'll see if there's anything particularly surprising here as far as download games. Definitely some games are out of order, but as far as the top games go, there's nothing super surprising here. Maybe Minecraft is a little surprising, making the list as a download game. A Way Out instead of No Way Out. I don't know a game called A Way Out. There's a lot of sports games here that feel like sports games in particular. The games that people are just always going to get the next year's version of a game seem to be downloaded a little bit more often. But yeah, when we get to the PSVR 2 games, these will be titles I don't recognize. And then PSVR games will be mostly titles I don't recognize, although I recognize Beat Saber and like Super Hot VR is pretty obvious. And then free-to-play games overall, Fortnite and Roblox, and Rocket League, things like that. Yep, nothing particularly surprising there on that list. And then we talked about this one. Let's see. Palworld has surpassed the Counter-Strike's concurrent player record on Steam. Only PUBG Battlegrounds has attracted a larger number of concurrent players in total. and they probably will surpass that number too. Now, when you compare like Palworlds to PUBG Battlegrounds, though, there is seemingly a weird situation here where what your friends are playing and talking about matters way more than whether the product is actually a finished product at all. Like, Palworld is early access. Nobody seems to really care about that and seems to be boycotting buying a game in early access. PUBG Battlegrounds, I'm pretty sure, was early access when it was released, and nobody seemed to really care about that. I don't think either game is particularly super in-depth or unique in its gameplay style. Fortnite's kind of the same thing too, where Fortnite is going to perpetually be in early access as it adds more content non-stop, and the Fortnite gameplay mechanic is not that unique. Let's see. Apparently Death Stranding 2's full title may have leaked ahead of an imminent reveal. They're being claimed it's called Death Stranding 2 on the Beach, which I don't think really changes too much. We talked about the pink Joy-Cons, new Princess Peach trailer. Here we can see she's got several different costumes. I still question whether this Princess Peach game isn't really just going to be what would have been a Wario game otherwise. Which that does make a little bit of sense if Wario games get converted into being more like WarioWare mini games, move it, shake it, things like that, gimmick games, and then a Wario game like where you're effectively just playing as a character like Mario that has different hats and gets different abilities, and it gets instead turned into a Princess Peach game. It also creates a new opportunity where you really couldn't give a princess crown to a Mario character and then have him wearing a princess dress. But you can give a princess crown to Princess Peach and have her be Princess Peach and doing that. Although notably, on all of these 5 different outfits, none of them really come off as being particularly that feminine. Maybe the chef outfit is a little feminine, but most of these would be outfits that you could have made a male protagonist wear. But it does seem like they are going in different directions. Luigi games are Luigi being scared in the Haunted Mansion series. Wario games are mini games. Princess Peach games are female costume change games, perhaps is what they're going to be. There's still some weirdness in the eyes animations. So like every character potentially is going to have their own different character, and at a certain point they may have to figure out what Daisy's effect is going to be if she gets games, and then they'll all come together and play Mario Kart and Smash Brothers games. Let's see. Avowed directors shared more gameplay details in a 25-minute video if you want to check this out at Video Games Chronicles. And then we talked about this and this. Apparently Pokemon's former legal boss says Palworlds looks like, quote, rip-off nonsense. Quote, I'm just surprised it got this far. End quote, says Don McGowan. I assume Don McGowan, I guess he led the Pokemon company's legal team for almost 12 years. But he's not in charge of it now. Which, yeah. Legally, I could see lawyers saying that, particularly when they have really no connection to it at this point, but legally it's also worth pointing out that lawyers love to get paid and to fight long-running legal battles and have more billable hours, so maybe he has a vested interest to see some kind of copyright claim happen. And that is certainly something that nobody would really know. As far as with 6 million sales right now, has Palworld gotten enough money that they could pay lawyers to fight Nintendo if it became a long running, drawn out copyright fight? And at a certain point, first thing that Nintendo would try to do is create a preliminary injunction to stop the sale of Palworld. So if that went through, which it very well might, then Palworld wouldn't have any more money to fund the lawyers. But I still am very much leaning towards Palworld not being taken down for copyright infringement. And I think even Nintendo probably knows that it would just be bad press and they would lose the case. Let's see. And some of these are just older articles, so we've already talked about that. Let's get to the Gematsu articles. This has been a long-running stream. I started slow. I talked too much at the beginning. Listfanga, the Time Shift Warrior, launches February 13th. Do we have a Steam link? No, we don't. The turn-based RPG, The Nameless Slay Dragon, for Switch and PC has been announced. Do we have a Steam link for that one? Yes. Kind of different color palette and art style to it. Expeditions, a Mud Runner game, gameplay overview trailer is available on Gematsu. I would like to see a mud running game somehow succeed. Just out of my own curiosity, I question what that really would do overall. There's a ton of, on average, poor sports games already available. Having one new genre of sports games as competition probably won't do much. Let's see, Tekken 8 has Devil Jin gameplay trailer if you want to check that out. Then we talked about the Splatoon 3 DLC launching February 22nd. Under Night in Birth 2 Celeste DLC characters have been announced if you want to check out that at Gematsu. The Komomimi Cafe ASMR adventure game called Kimono Tea Time has been announced for PC. These are cat girls. Now I'd have to assume that maybe this ties into some anime or manga. Cat girls in general tend to be popular. Let's see, the Famitsu review scores for issue 1834 are available, with just one game actually getting a score, and Shiren the Wanderer getting 38 out of 40, which is actually very high. And then the Enigma Machine not actually getting a score here. I imagine that's a typo. Oh, by the way, Gematsu put out a tweet that they have like 11,000 followers now. It seemed like a really small amount of followers, frankly. And I don't know if they mean on Twitter or if they mean on some other thing. They said it on Twitter, so I'd assume it's on Twitter. But yeah, you would think Gematsu has a lot more followers. Gematsu being run by one Italian guy, I think, out of New York, and focusing mainly on Japanese games, I would think he deserves more credit. He's done a fairly good job about just putting out press releases, just being professional, not putting out any kind of opinions, not trying to advertise things or sneak articles in like their advertisements. His pages are usually short and sweet and to the point. And very helpful because of that. Here we have Palworld early access sales topping 7 million in 5 days, with an update saying sales are Steam only, which what other platforms are they even available on? This does not include Xbox, Microsoft Store for PC, or Game Pass numbers, which adding those numbers together pretty much guarantees that there's way more than 7 million sales. At this point, it might be logical to not buy Palworlds because there's been so many sales that I imagine 6 weeks to 6 months from now, they're going to struggle to find anybody who hasn't already purchased Palworlds that might want to purchase Palworlds. We might see a fairly early, fairly deep discount on Palworlds, just in the hopes to get a few more sales for later quarters. Inti Creates teases a new title that's going to be announced at PAX East 2024, which, yeah, having paid attention to CES this year, it still does feel like game announcements are either going to be direct announcements or we're going to see the PAXs playing a bigger role for Western announcements. I imagine we may just see a lot more games being announced worldwide at worldwide events too. Umber Claw is a game that's going to launch May 30th for all consoles and PC, which I don't think I've heard of this one before, but apparently I have since it's on the fall list already. And yeah, if something's on the fall list, I'm not gonna make another YouTube short. Obviously, I'm making a ton of YouTube shorts anyways, so if a game gets promotion before it has a release date, so be it. If it gets promotion once it has a release date, so be it, but let's not do both. Yohane the Parhelion Numazu in the Mirage for PS5 has a free Doko Demo Isio collaboration DLC announced. Is that all? Seems like quite a mouthful. Looks like it is a card-based RPG game. It looks fine. It's not out yet, but it's already announcing a collaboration for the PS5 version of the game exclusively, which is weird. We really haven't seen a lot of that happening in the past, where in the past couple of years, where you've had console exclusives or exclusive DLC and all. I'd hate to see that becoming popular again. Bandai Namco has trademarked Tawa and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree in Europe, which I assume might be the name of a game that comes out eventually. The Half Mermaid production teases 2 new titles called Project C and Project D, which I don't think really means much at all. You can't reveal what's behind these black boxes. So that they, in the press release, are blacking everything out. There. So these are probably like direct quotes of the press release, and it may give you more information because they're calling this Project C and then black box, and then Project D and then black box. But clearly these are games that are being teased too early, and so there's not really anything to get hyped up that you should get hyped around or care about. Wait until there's actual things they're willing to say about the games. See, Pacific Drive's Surviving the Zone gameplay summary video is available on Komatsu. Want to check that out. Then Death Stranding Director's Cut for iPhone 15, iPad, iPhone 15 Pro, iPad, Mac, launching January 30th. Let's see. Death Stranding Director's Cut should be on my wish list. Well, I'll put this on the wish list, but in all fairness, if I never played Death Stranding, I probably wouldn't care that much. It's not a high priority to me, and I don't think it's a game that's really going to lead to much more than maybe playing a Death Stranding 2 or Death Stranding 3. Princess Peach Showtime transformation trailer and screenshots are available. Let's see. We'll look at the screenshots. There's literally 3 screenshots they're showing. Yep. I'm still not 100% sure how the game is actually going to play. Whether it's some kind of puzzle solving game or what. I think it probably is a puzzle solving game. They're calling it an action adventure game according to the tags here. But I would almost assume that you transform into different characters to solve puzzles with different abilities. Freedom Planet 2 for the PS4 and Xbox and the Xbox One, PS4, PS5, Xbox One and Series and Switch launches April 4th. It's currently available on Steam. Let's see what the reviews are on it. Overwhelmingly positive. Looks very much, to my eye, like a Sonic type game. A roguelite strategy game called Sakura and the Airy Vixen has been announced for PC. I noticed that Game Grumps are back to playing games that are actually showing up in my feed. And feels like they took a little bit of a break there to do some other things, and now they're back to playing random silly games. Although Game Grumps is still very old, very weird as a video game website, because they're not really criticizing the game or promoting games or really doing anything other than using the game as an excuse to be improv comics. And like I said before, most people don't like improv. Moving on, Baldo and the Guardian Owls is now available for the PS5. It was previously released for the PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC and Apple Arcade, which, yeah, we're still seeing trends on these aspects where games are getting released for the PS5. Can't put this one on the fall list though. It's already gotten quite a few reviews and is mixed reviews, which is a shame because I kind of like this art style. It feels very close to like Ni no Kuni in its cartoony, more Studio Ghibli-esque art style. If you told me this was an art style done by somebody in like Finland or Sweden, I'd believe you. There is certainly something to be said about having a fantasy world in more of a European style too, in its fantasy world and fantasy character and costume designs. I almost wonder if there's something else called Baldo. I feel like I've heard that name before. let's see. We talked about Nier Reincarnation to end service on April 30th. And then a presentation called All Access 2024 is going to happen February 1st. Which, yeah, that's basically a week from now. It's a little late to be making those announcements. A Toho Sojo Tale of Beautiful Memories is now available for the PS4. Let's see. This one looks like it's also been on Steam. Rated very positively. Although, still really not sure whether I care about the Toho project at all and all of its many different spin-off games, none of which seem connected. The Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth opening movie is available on Komatsu if you want to watch it. And then the action-adventure RPG Dreamed Away Kickstarter campaign launches February 1st. Which, yep, once again, it's another different style of art style. At least on this thumbnail. The actual game has more of an 8-bit pixely look to it, so it might be a little bit tough for me to want to play this game, but no, I think I could get over it. Assuming this is a game that people actually play. Weirdly, you are having this situation now where somebody can start a Kickstarter and spend $100 to already have a page on Steam when the game otherwise has not taken those first steps to actually be a game and be released. And then Postal Brain Damage is coming to the Switch on February 2nd. Which, okay. And then that's going to bring us to the GameDeveloper.com articles, which hopefully we can burn through all of these very quickly. I think we may have talked about all of this articles already. Overwatch 2's nets new Champions Esports League with a multi-year deal. After killing the Overwatch League last year, Blizzard is rebirthing Overwatch 2's esports scene with a brand new league. Which, okay. Seems like you would have just had a more smooth transition there, but maybe they ran the numbers and realized that the people playing Overwatch 1 were not the esports players that would have been playing Overwatch 2. Clearly this is yet another effort to try and make Overwatch 2 even marginally as successful as Overwatch 1 was, and they're probably not succeeding at that. This would also be Microsoft now being involved, so who knows how things might be different now in the background. Focus Entertainment is going to rebrand to Pull Up in April. The name may change, but Focus's commitment to releasing games from international studios remains the same. Seems like a mistake to change the name because I recognize Focus Entertainment. That doesn't inherently mean, though, I can remember whether the association is positive or not. I would have to get more into the weeds as far as a publisher, what Focus Entertainment has been publishing in the past. Let's see. Atomic Heart, Plague Tale Requiem, solid performers. Yep. So yeah, they're probably fine to change the name, but I feel like Focus Entertainment, or something called Focus, in the game industry has been around for a very long time, and changing the name seems silly. It, to me, feels like they probably got some bit of news that made them realize that they couldn't use the phrase Focus and copyright it anymore, or some other company already owned the copyright for Focus Entertainment. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a movie company called Focus Entertainment that long predates Focus Entertainment as a video game company. Let's see. Which of these? VR developer Wemo Games has been closed down. We are starting to see actual closures happen now. Liquidations of subsidiaries or just full-on closure. I wouldn't be surprised if we see at least 3 or 4 VR companies going out of business in 2024 as VR becomes less and less likely to happen. And then CD Projekt is aiming to begin Witcher 4 production in mid-2024. Yep. And with that, that is going to be it for this stream. Kind of apologize here for how long this ended up going. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.